Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. And today the coverage is of the women's singles. So we're going to watch section play of the women's singles, and we get to see Dallas Hoskin of the Lincoln Bowling Club take on Kathy King of the Andersons Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, the sun is shining, the birds are singing in the sky. It's another great day of bowls, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's an absolutely magnificent day. It's just about a cloudless sky, sun streaming down. Greens are in absolutely perfect condition. And so we're here now, the last day, second day, of section play of the men's pairs and women's singles and, of course, the para singles. So may I suggest to you shortly, if you jump onto the Bowls New Zealand website, into the Bowls Sub-Bowls Aotearoa, you will see all the results that have come in from the round this morning, and it'll keep you up to date. Remembering that in both of these disciplines you require 4 out of 6 to qualify for post-section play, which will get underway around the greens of Christchurch tomorrow, and then we'll have the post-section play on the 8th. And the big final day here, and to wrap this Summerset Nationals up on the 9th of January here. And if we have a day, Alex, like we had for the finals day of the men's singles and the women's pairs, we'll be in for a fantastic day.
Yes,
to wrap up the Summerset Nationals.
And that's exactly what I expect to see. We're going to have high quality stuff. And this is Dallas Hoskin here on her backhand, and conveniently her bowls are red and they match the red on the scoreboard tick at the top left of your screen, and Kathy King from the Andersons Bay Bowling Club has blue on her bowls, which matches the blue on the scoreboard. So someone's done well there, Kev.
Yeah, that matches pretty good, doesn't it? And interesting, of course, with Dallas Hoskin, who's took up tragically, her mother passed away some years ago, Evelyn Warren, and I've been given her CV of bowls, and she was about to become the world women's president.
Yes.
And unfortunately passed away after hip surgery, and but was the vice president, selected for New Zealand as well, and won Canterbury events. And this article here from the Star way back in 1986 that we've got certainly portrays a lady that gave many volunteer hours, both from a club centre, New Zealand, and international level, manager of New Zealand side as well. So certainly did her bit for our wonderful sport, and it's a compliment now that we're streaming her daughter's match here in the singles. And she was a South Island lady, and by goodness, when you read through this, Alex, she certainly did a lot for the sport over those years.
Yes, and Dallas was telling me she had played bowls for about 5 years leading up to her mother's passing, and said she didn't touch a bowl until last year. She couldn't bring herself to play, and it was one of her bigger regrets. So fantastic that we have her competing at the Summerset Nationals, and she's able to participate in the sport. So really she's a second-year bowler. This is her second season back, and it looks like Kathy King is going to
score a 1. Open
the scoring here with probably 1 point. Race to 21, of course.
Now, when you go to the Bowls Aotearoa hub to look at the results, especially the women's singles, don't get confused with what you might see, because there is buys that exist in around. There's in fact 8 rounds that are played. But each player completes 6 rounds, and it's 6 out of 8 to qualify.
Yeah, so they play 6 games, but there's 8 rounds played.
And when you go to the ladder on there, you'll see where it says buys. It'll say win, losses, buys. It might be a bit confusing, but that's it all comes out in the wash.
Yeah, and to keep it super simple, the ladder's it's brilliant, because there's like in the golf when they have the line for the cut to make the cut, that exists on the ladder as well. So at the end of today's play, and we had all the results in for the women's singles by around 7:30 yesterday. So I would say by 7:30 today, the results will be in. If you have a look at the ladder, you'll be able to see the cut line. So above the line are the qualifiers, underneath the line are those who haven't quite made it this year.
Well, we had 238 line up in the men's pairs starting yesterday, and 96 in the women's singles. So there'll be, I don't know, well, wouldn't it be ideal if there was 128 qualifiers in the men's pairs?
We can only hope.
And 64 in the women's singles. Yeah. That would be the ideal. The ideal post-section draw, but we'll wait and see what happens. But they will all be up on the Bowls Aotearoa website, and you can follow that progress right throughout today.
So Kathy King here on the forehand was the late entry into the Summerset National Singles, replacing a player who pulled out due to illness at the last moment. I think at about 9:30 the night before section play begun, she made herself available. This is her 10th season of bowls. First experience was her husband needed a filler in her during a meat pack tournament, I think a midweek meat pack tournament, and she was wrangled into play. Came from a family of bowlers, said she'd never play the game and hasn't looked back since.
No, which Dallas plays with the size 1.5, is that right?
Yes, Dallas. These red bowls here are 1.5 Aero Optimas that she's had for just about 2 weeks. So quite new bowls, I would say.
Very new bowls, and 1.5. When we consider we play up to fives is there any bigger than fives? Is there?
Not nowadays.
Not nowadays. Fives is that. 3s and 4s are the most conventional size now that people play with. So a size at 1.5, that's small.
Yeah, and they've got the Aero Optima scoop grip, which means you can hold onto the bowl. So the Dallas here on her backhand. Reasonable delivery, really. It's just finding your weight in these situations as she goes near the camera leg. And it's going to be a big bowl that she will need to play on this end if she doesn't want to drop the 4 points. That bowl just going out of bounds.
3 down at present, and it's a generous amount of room to draw a 4th.
Kathy King settling down. Had a close game with Leslie McClendon in the previous round, but was unable to close it out. Dallas here on her backhand again. 4 down on the head. So an important bowl, and she's got a good line.
Well, this is better, Alex, I can tell you. She's not 4 down now.
Look at this.
I can assure you that she's not 4 down.
That's a beautiful bowl. Great shot.
So, 1 apiece.
She'll be pleased with that. So we see the play that's underway on the screen here at the Burnside Bowling Club. Magnificent weather as we've had almost all week, barring the one day we were cloud parked on top of Burnside Bowling Club and refused to leave.
Well, a busy week, busy 3 weeks of Burnside really, because this event finishes on Tuesday.
Yes.
And then, of course, on Friday, the Burnside, the invitation pairs get underway, where there'll be 3 greens here of pairs, including 2 women's combinations from Australia and 2 men's combinations from Australia, which is their traditional. The Australia and the Bowls Australia always support this event, and they've got a full field of players from around the country. It was initially the Stu Butter Memorial Pairs, but it's a very, very much a big event on the Bowls calendar. And then, of course, not in Canterbury, but the following week in Taranaki, the Taranaki Open 4s get underway, the very popular Taranaki Men's Open 4s. Then the Taranaki Women's Open 4s.
Yes.
Then a few weeks after that, 3 weeks after that, we've got the Summerset National Men's and Ladies 4s and mixed pairs being held in Taranaki. And are the entries still opened?
Yes, just.
Well, anyone here watching?
Now's the time.
Now's the time to get in, because I can assure you that you will have a wonderful time in Taranaki.
And for those of you who enjoy watching the broadcasts, in between then we also are going to have New Zealand versus Australia Trans-Tasman
of course,
Test match in early February at the Nainai Bowling Club. So there's going to be an embarrassment of riches when it comes to bowls to watch over the next month or two, Kev. Looking forward to it. So this Kathy King on her forehand.
The blue and white bowls, the Anderson Bay player, how far is it going to hold up onto that jack line?
Just underneath the line.
Needs to stop now, won't do so.
The bowls do turn here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
Now, going to be interesting to have a close look at these bowls. Have they got a dolphin as the emblem?
They've got a the red bowls have a koi fish, like a goldfish, on them.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I thought they were lovely actually.
Because they're very evident as well when you look at the bowl.
Close up on one of the bowls.
And she'll get past us. It's 3 shots. Oh, what a turnaround.
There we go, Kev.
There it is.
Look at that. Beautiful emblem on that Aero Optima. I think you need to turn your head at either to the left or the right. I think if you turn your head to the left, it looks a little bit more like what it's supposed to be. But anyway, a nice, quite a distinctive bowl there that Dallas has, and you can see she settled in with those 3 bowls. Nice weight. Previous end, she lost 3 out of the rink actually, and then salvaged it with her 4th bowl. So more consistent here on this end from Dallas Hoskin, and she'll be pleased with that.
Playing on that backhand draw.
Well, left hand. She's a lefty, so it's her forehand, but
say,
backhand as we see it.
Her forehand from.
Oh, she'll be disappointed with that one.
Well, that rink, as you well know, Alex, we've commentated many games off that rink there, and it's got a generous backhand. Even if the peg's moved in fractionally, it is a generous draw hand. Now, are we going to see a repeat of the last end, where last bowl shot?
It's a fair effort here from Kathy King. When's it going to stop? When's it going to stop? Oh, just ran on there. So perhaps a 2 or a 3 here for Dallas Hoskin.
3's the call. Heard it very quickly.
1, 2.
The temperature today, Alex, I read to get to 25.
Is it?
This afternoon.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Yeah, I read this morning, 25. They're hoping to get to by 2 to 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Dallas here, big breath. See her, the Lincoln shirt is the Dynasty apparel logo on it. Dynasty supporters of Bowls New Zealand, and now have a number of different club shirts that they have created. They're really easy to work with, Kev. You can say to them, look, here's a vague idea I have for a shirt, and they'll help make that happen. So if you're sitting there for any club thinking, well, I'd like to get a nice shirt for my club or my centre, you could do worse than contact Dynasty Apparel. You Google them, you'll find their website, and that's the contact details there. But Lincoln Bowling Club clearly has had made use of that relationship. Yeah,
it's in today's world, Alex, it's tremendous, some of the effort that clubs and centres put into their playing attire. And I don't know whether you've seen that. Great bowl here from Dallas. You've seen the new Taranaki shirts?
Yes, they're fantastic.
They're a design-winning shirt, really, aren't they? Yep. So they've got all the clubs on it, haven't it? They're all...
Yeah, I think it's the best centre shirt I've seen, to be honest. It's fantastic. Very clever, whoever thought of that.
Did they not run a competition or something down there?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I've got a feeling that I might be 100% incorrect, but I had a feeling that they ran some competition down there, or it might have been some to come up with a design. But it's certainly fantastic. It's got the mountain very prominent on it, and
all the names of all the clubs.
All the clubs,
incorporated.
Very good.
Absolutely agree. Dallas here on her backhand. These are Optimas, so they will turn back in if she's got the right weight.
They certainly will turn, and 1.5, one at size 1.5 as well. They'll turn back a long way as we look out the window. Look at that jet trail right in front of us there.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful out there today. Absolutely blue sky as far as you can see.
Kathy's not far away with this bowl.
Bowl here, just wants to sit inside. Just not quite one. It is to Dallas Hoskin. I wonder if this article, Alex. I wonder if the Bowls Museum in Taranaki's got this article.
I would say that they do. It was a pretty big shock to the bowling world, and a testament by the length of the obituary. That's a good shot there from Dallas Hoskin. Switching hands here, that's interesting from Kathy King.
Not far away.
Oh, good try. As we see on the backhand side, again, Dallas looked to stack it up. Played a couple of really good ends now. That's a really good bowl. Sitting with a lovely 3 here. And Kathy King under a little bit of pressure from the Andersons Bay Bowling Club on her backhand. Beautiful delivery. This can't be far away. Not far away. Oh, it's just going to duck across. That was a beautiful effort there from Kathy King. Just one bowl narrow. And I think Dallas is going to take an early lead here in this match. Looks like a 3 to me. So we see 7-1 up now, Dallas, in this race to 21 points. Absolutely beautiful weather. See where the jack is delivered on this occasion. 2 more games of singles to be broadcast live on Sky Sport today after this one. And then tomorrow we have post-section of the Open Disability Pairs. And the day after that is the finals day, the finals day of this 2024 Summerset Nationals. And looking forward to it being wonderful weather and a really good day of bowls.
I just saw outside there, because I didn't realise it still went on with the Stu Butter Pairs. They still play that part of the big trophy as the 2004 World Bowls team, and it's encased, and it's got around it all of the winners of what was the Stu Butter Pairs from 2004 in Scotland. Of course, the late Stu Butter, his son's playing here, Nick. Of course, he's playing here in these Nationals.
Yes, very good bowler.
Won a New Zealand title.
And the DVD that Stu produced with the use of a young Shannon McElroy and Joe Edwards is still useful, Kev. It's still utilised as some of the content in the coaching courses. It was called the New Zealand Way. They had a look at the best bowlers that we had at the time and designed a sort of a recommended delivery, the New Zealand Way.
You're a great coach, Stu. And the other attribute with Stu is that Stu Butter, the late Stu Butter, was here at Burnside. He was very, very involved in the coaching, and he was the one that started to take in a number of the youngsters, the likes of the Isaac Denny's. There was a whole group of them, and Nick Butter, that came here to Burnside, and they all came under, the late Nick Butter came under his tutelage, and of course was a coach of the New Zealand side, New Zealand women's side, or as well for a number of years, and very quiet, unassuming guy, but magnificent player and a fantastic guy. And always remembered here at Burnside. The Butter name is a legendary bit of.
I mean, look, you just have to look at the boards, don't you? When you sit down in the bottom room here, where the honest boards are dotted around the walls, and that's a name that is all over them. Now, Kathy King trailing 1-7. Be hoping to score on this end, I would think.
Well, that bowl there of Dallas Hoskin, it got way out on the wide side, but reality was, with them being size 1.5s and being arrows on that ditch hand with weight, it wasn't actually
would come back.
Would have come all the way back from there.
Kathy King willing it on. Willing it on.
Sit jack level, will it?
Yeah, good shot.
Yes, it will. That's the shot for sure. Just sitting a bowl jack high. That is a very colourful shirt, isn't it?
Yes, the Lincoln Club.
Very colourful.
I only recently realised, Kev, that the Point Chef shirt, which is quite colourful too, it's a green shirt with a pirate chip on it. I always thought it just had a strip down the left, but I had a look at it. It's actually a sword, and that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense in the context of it being the Point Chef Pirates.
The Pirates. Alex, now, you actually need a new Point Chef shirt?
No, I've bought my new Point Chef shirt. It's Colin's one's changed from green to faded, but I bought myself a new Point Chef shirt. It has a pocket, which I was very excited about because you can put the scorecard in the front pocket.
So Colin's got the faded one.
This is one that's faded, yes, yeah. Although the shirt that I had previous was certainly not green anymore. It was extremely faded. The collar had turned white and it used to be black.
Is it 2? One it is. That's the call. Heard it clearly there from the Anderson Bay player, from Kathy King.
2-7 now the score on this race to 21. Okay, there's got the jack now. Now, those jacks, I mentioned it, I think, in one of the other commentaries. They're yellow jacks, but they're not heavy jacks. They're just normal weighted jacks that happen to be yellow. So when you hold them, they're not the heavy indoor jack. They're just a yellow coloured jack.
Yeah, for those that don't know, the weight of the jack that they use on the indoor surfaces is a heavier jack than what's used traditionally on the outdoor surface.
I often say to indoor bowlers, which is the ones on the mat, as I ramble on about occasionally, the bowls and equipment are supplied in that game. And there used to be an outdoor manufacturer called Modernite.
Correct.
In the 70s, 50s, 60s and 70s, you could have Modernite bowls. And in the indoor game, the two big names in the indoor game were Modernite bowls and Henselite bowls, and they provided indoor bowls for the clubs to provide for the players. And over the years, the clubs have replaced all the Modernite bowls with Henselite bowls, so that's the only brand that is used in New Zealand for indoor, but they often didn't replace the jacks. And a Modernite jack has Modernite written around it in a little circle, and it's about 2/3 of the weight of a Henselite jack. And in the indoor game, you're penalised for a kill. And if you haven't noticed that it's a Modernite jack, they spring away from the bowls a lot quicker than the Henselite ones. Much, much easier to kill. And you can play a shot that you think is fine, and you see the jack trickle off the end of the mat, and more often than not it's because it's a 50-year-old modernite one that hasn't been replaced by the club. So important to check the jack if you play indoor bowls and make sure that it's you know if it's a modernite or a henselite. And the same thing applies a little bit here. You just understand. You can feel it when you hold onto the jack, can't you, Kev? If it's a heavy one or a normal one.
Position is a measure, it might well be said here.
It's a good question. So the marker just having a look there. Not called. I'd favour the red, he says.
Yeah, I'd favour the red. So the indoor bowls are just the two colours?
Two contrasting colours, but we've got different colours now in indoors. So the colours that you see are the traditional black and brown, but there are black bowls contrasting with yellow bowls, orange bowls and blue bowls, but two colours, yes, yeah, and it's all provided. So if you play that game, you don't have to purchase equipment. You turn up to the venue and the equipment is provided for you, and they're all the exact same bowl. Because hand size doesn't make so much of a difference in indoor bowls because they're small bowls, so you can hold on to them.
So here is the Kathy King trying to get down to her blue bowls. Get a turn on them.
It's diving.
Doesn't
diving.
She got the front of that bowl. That had a fatal fatality about it. But
yeah, I mean, that was beautiful weight if she was 3 or 4 feet wider, wasn't it, Kev?
A good shot to play there because she had two bowls that just needed to be rolled into the head and would count. On the backhand was the left-hander.
Comes out quite nicely, doesn't it, Dallas? Just got quite a nice delivery.
But you'll see it kick now.
Oh, it's going to pull up short. This may force Kathy to take that bit more green. This actually, for Kathy King, this is a good bowl because subconsciously it's very easy to correct when there's that bowl in your eye line, so it'll be hard to be narrow here.
She's got to come down past that bowl, doesn't she, to get to her blue bowls. And she's outside the bowl that rightly as we spoke about, Alex. And
she's
now,
very close.
Oh, she might be unlucky and get the back of the red, and she will
be
that's
unlucky. That's unlucky.
Yeah, she played the shot pretty good, actually. Position is you've got the shot.
Couldn't have done much more than that, Kathy King.
She was on a good line to get to the two blue bowls that were there.
On her backhand side.
I'll just about say it's playing long ends with her size 1.5 bowls that I'd just about give that hand away.
It'll be, that's good.
But there,
how well did that go?
How well do I know about that? She finished up literally with a toucher and scores 2 shots, so she's got to rub off the front bowl. All I'm saying, Alex, is it's just that with those size 1.5s, we know the big swoop off that particular rink, and if you don't get it right, you'll pay the price.
Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? With the smaller bowls, because if you visualise it, that they have more revolutions to go the same distance as a bigger bowl, that's more times that the bowl can start turning.
Correct.
So to travel a metre, a size 1.5 bowl is going to roll over more times than a bigger bowl. So they do turn more. We'd say they have a heavier bias.
And when you get out on a swinging hand, it becomes exaggerated as well of how far you've got to.
Yeah.
So to judge it all the way, it's a challenge.
Nicely thrown, Jack. Seems to be her comfort length here.
The 2 metre mark.
Dallas Hoskins, 2 metre, and 9-2 up. You can't argue with it.
Deep breath. Visualises.
Checking the jack of the bias, sorry.
Playing with the head down.
Do we see a few? Oh, no, the head was up a bit.
Came up.
Yeah. Always lots of conjecture about where you should look when you deliver a bowl. And I mean, the honest answer is, I suppose, when you're playing really well, I don't think you could tell me where you look, Kev. I think your bowl just goes where you want it to go.
But one of the joys, I played like a Burnside. Alex, that if you get your green right and standing on the mat right with that angle of your feet to be able to get the bowl out on the arc, it's an absolute pleasure to play on them because you'll see the arc of the bowl, you'll see it come down to that apex point and will just give that natural turn. And it's also it's fair to say from a coaching point of view, not all coaches, but sometimes people don't just put enough concentration onto that feet positioning on the mat and the angle of your body, so as you get that natural pendulum to get to that arc.
Well, these sorts of greens, your bowl's going to come back.
This is a good bowl here. How's it going to run? Get to the jack. It's going to get the jack clean all the way
through the jack,
right down off the 2 metre mark.
That's what the players can see. Playing well, Dallas Hoskin, in her second year of her return to bowls after a 30-year break.
I'll be pedantic here. So, in the old days,
yes,
the juniors used to be 5 years.
Yep.
And if you had a break, you came back in on the number.
Year 6.
The number that.
Yeah.
So that's still the same rule?
I think it's left up to the centres now. In my personal opinion, and this doesn't reflect Bowls New Zealand's standing. I want to make it clear that it's a personal opinion. I think that the day of junior bowls is essentially over because we now have a world in which there are business house bowls and twilight bowls, and you're not a full member if you play business house. So I could play 10 years of business house and then I could play junior events for 1 to 5 year bowlers. I think we should have development tournaments for people whose standard is clearly in the learning stage, and then I think we should have open tournaments for those whose standard has increased. I think junior bowls, I think its day it's over.
Well, I agree. Alex, I'd have to agree with you 250%.
Oh, that's good.
Because I just think that we've got junior players, as we'd like, let's say we'll call them, they're down here playing in the national championships. They're playing international players. They're playing in a completely open environment. They play inter-club. They play all sorts, now. Is going to stay up. Well played here.
Great shot.
Well played.
Lovely bowl.
And Kathy King just... And I think for the betterment of the sport, the development word that you use, I think it's ideal. And I'll give. I think Wellington have got quite a few of these things right. They're having development tournaments, and they seem to get it right. I think I agree with you. The days of juniors, as we were, for the sake of using the word juniors, I think is a past tense environment.
Look, we need to develop our players, obviously, and when you start the game, there needs to be pathways, but so many people now starting the game having been led into it through business house or social bowls, or even if I use indoor bowls as an example, I always felt like it was a bit unfair because I've been playing indoor since I was 8, so I was like 4 feet tall. Played indoor bowls, played it for 15 years, took up the outdoor sport, which is the same idea, just on a bigger scale. I was playing people in my first year who were brand new, and I knew the game of bowls, and they didn't know the game of bowls. I don't think that's that's not an even playing field. We should have development and open.
They don't have juniors in Australia, do they?
No, I think New Zealand's one of the only countries to do it, and it made sense when it was created in the 70s, when that was the guy from Point Chev,
John Flett.
John Flett made sense, 1 and 2 year bowlers, because it was how people started, and you were true juniors. But nowadays, I think it's all got a bit muddy. There's no longer a junior event at national level. There's no junior inter-centre, so it's up to the individual centres, and I think we'd be... we'll move on to talking about the game, but in my head, development stuff makes so much more sense because then you have players of similar ability competing against each other and learning, instead of just having this mishmash that we have now.
Well, I know of a particular female player who played for New Zealand for many, many, many years, who actually made her debut in Fiji as a 50-year player.
Yeah, and there's a few. I could probably name you 5. Yeah. So, some people have it and some people don't.
Made it as a 50.
We need to just be balancing.
Yeah.
I think there was. I'm sure Dale Rayner hadn't been playing outdoor for long either. Gary Lawson would have been within his 10 years of bowls before he debuted for New Zealand. There's lots of names like that. You can, it's not a system that's fit for purpose. But anyway, back to the bowls. And I've forgotten to update the scoreboard. So caught up in that conversation I was, Kev. So we'll just give me a second.
It was a 1 to Dallas.
Brilliant.
The bowl on the 2 metre mark.
So 10-2 on the race to 21. 2 good starting bowls here. The game's been even. Kathy's just been missing by sort of that 1 or 2 bowls widths, hasn't she, with her 3rd and 4th attempts?
Yeah, one of the things, if you watch as well, I think our coaches do a wonderful job, whether it be at club or at centre level, is that when players start to dip their hand inside, it's a little coaching thing just to get them to. And if you go back, for example, to the Stu Butter coaching philosophy,
yes.
How important that hand is, the last bit of the hand, how important it is to get your bowl. The minute that hand ducks inwards, you're going to create problems for yourself of where the bowl's going to go. And by the way, must say, Alex, fantastic to watch. I think first for a long, long time, watch the TV1 news last night.
Yes.
And here was Bowles, our commentary of the last day of the men's singles and women's pairs.
Yes, it was.
It was on TV1 News.
Yes, it was. The last 2 nights we've made TV1 News, along with there's been lots of radio coverage, as you know, Kev, and it's been good to have some interest from the media. Every year, if you're wondering, every year we do send out media releases. It's pretty regular, but sometimes it's picked up and sometimes it's not. So great to have the media coverage this year for the Summerset Nationals, and well deserved too. If you think how long those guys and girls played to win their national titles, so many games and a lot of work and great bowls go into it. Kathy finding her weight, just her line not quite here yet, is it?
Oh, she's got 3 well-weighted bowls, really, there. Yes, it was great to see it on the national on TV1 News. It was good to see, and included the paras as well.
Yes,
in the news, which is great.
Yeah, just a good mix, good coverage. So Dallas switching, or she's staying on the forehand. Sorry.
Well, how much movement will she get with that bowl? It's going to have a pretty good weight. Look at that come around now. If we got clean past the bowl there, it would actually count. So it's got a close to a 360 back to the.
Well, they do come back for sure. Yeah. Just asking how many seconds she's got. So that's interesting.
Well,
maybe thinking about playing on her forehand side to replace the bowl or snick the jack to the right as we see it.
If she's going to play that shot, she needs to really play the other hand and try and swoop down, get to the jack or.
So just opting for the draw, which is more sensible, I think, or just over the draw.
It's a pretty good bowl actually. Just going to go by, but
needs to get down.
Well, that's well played actually.
Get going, red bowl.
I don't know if it's made shot, but
she deserves one out of that. That was brilliant.
That's a very, very good bowl that she actually played to get down to that shot bowl.
I think it is one. If you look at the bottom of your screen.
I'm looking over the top there now, and I'd favour one.
She deserves one. That was lovely. Just a reaching weight on the backhand. Extremely hard shot to play.
Very hard shot to play.
Thanks, of course, also go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust, the AGT, for their support of this event. As we await the result of this measure.
It was interesting this morning out at, where was I? What's it called? The club I was out at this morning.
One of the 18 host clubs.
Beckenham, and I was out at this morning. Umpire. Great to see from the club's point of view. They would have had, I would say, around their 2 greens, 30 sponsor advertisers of the club around the greens. You know, the panel
It's
beater,
great, isn't it?
the chiropractor, the physio, and both of the greens this morning. I noticed there were at Beckenham were completely right around. They had local sponsors, which is great because we all know in sport. In today's world, that sponsorship is a challenge. It's not it's not easy to get sponsors. Burnside, they do a great job. Have done so for many years. Alan Bryce does a great job here with getting sponsors in and scoreboard sponsors. We look out here now, every one of the scoreboards here at Burnside have got scoreboard sponsors, and around the greens. And whatever their contribution is, however big, however small, it's so vital for our sport because.
Yeah.
And the Gaming Machine Trust play a big role in that as well, don't they? As helping out for development of clubs and.
Very much so, and every bit of help is much appreciated. Even the community sport is quite incredible. I know from the Point Chef point of view, which is the club that I play at, the local community gets in. We have a fundraising dinner once a year where considerable funds are raised to help with the upkeep of the surrounds of the club. They built a playground one year with the money raised out. They have a black tie dinner and all the community turns out to assist with, and it was 1 to Dallas Hoskin there. So Kathy King, I think, more than a little unlucky not to score on that end.
Actually deserved the shot with the shot that Kathy played on that particular end.
Oh, I mean, it was such a good ball, wasn't it? Anyway, Dallas delivering the jack. 11-2 the score. A 9-point lead, so she'll be feeling okay about things at the moment.
And don't forget, seeing Martin and Colin behind us, they're still putting results in from the various greens around
busy
Canterbury.
tapping away.
But just go to the Bowls New Zealand Bowls Aotearoa, go to the Bowls Hub, and you'll be able to see all of the results of the games played this morning. You'll see of those who would have qualified, because there will be some that would have qualified this morning, and their up and coming matches, and then of course. Later this evening, if you go there again to the website, you will see the draw for post-section play and the various greens that will be used tomorrow on Christchurch. On the following day, on the 9th, everything will be here at Burnside. Free admittance, plenty of parking.
So Kathy King from the Andersons Bay Bowling Club, who we see here with the blue and white bowls, she defeated Christine Buchanan from the Queenstown Bowling Club 21 points to 20 in one of her rounds, round 2. So on the 6th of January, that was a good win for her.
That's a big scalp.
A very big scalp. And then she was defeated by Chrissy Budd from Bowls Kensington, 16 points to 21. Then was defeated by Diane Patterson from the Gonville Bowling Club. And then Leslie McClendon. So she's had close games all the way through, but the Nationals is one of those one of the events where you get to play a variety of players. And Kathy may walk away from this having not qualified in the Summerset National Singles, but she defeated Christine Buchanan 21-20, and that's a great win.
Well, Christine is one of the accomplished players down in the deep south, isn't she? She's won a lot of things well. She's going to make amends here and going to draw right down to the jack.
Lovely bowl.
And it's interesting as well, Alex, at Nationals. You look at all of your big names that are there, but every year there is players, local players, Joseph van der Peenen.
Yep, exactly.
Who will appear.
Look at this. Oh, just passed.
And that's the great thing about these Nationals is, you can beat a champion. You can beat a world champion. Yep. As we saw with Joseph van der Peenen the day he defeated Ryan Bester, so that's one of the great things about these Nationals.
And always scalps to be had Bowls is one of those games where on your day or on your game you can beat anybody, as we see Kathy King here play a lovely shot. That's a beautiful bowl.
Oh, nice touch sitting just higher. The jack will be laying 2 shots.
There'll be a temptation for Dallas to switch hands, but she'll probably stay on the forehand side, the right as we see it, and just continue to draw. Or she may have switched. That's the temptation, and I think she might be on her backhand, which is the left of the screen as we see it now. Looking to rest through the bowls, take the jack back, lots of options.
Well,
it's going to be on that tight side.
With those size ones playing that line, yes.
Had the weight right, just missed the wrong way. And an opportunity here for Kathy King to pick up a multiple, holding 2 already. Walking after this bowl on her backhand side. If she's got the weight right, she's very, very close to making this a multiple.
Turn her own overall count.
That's
and we'll
lovely.
Do so. That should be 3.
That was pretty to watch, wasn't it? A lovely bowl. 5-11 now the score.
Remembering, of course, ends don't count because it's a race to 21. So, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 3 it was. So 5-11 in the race to 21. Still feels like it's anyone's game here, to be honest.
A lot shorter. Just asking there how far it's up. 11.5. Certainly a shorter length than what they have been playing.
And I think that's an intentional change there from Kathy King. She found herself she was 11-2 down, so probably has thought, look, I need to change something here. Varying the length, and you can do that in multiple ways, can't you, Kev? You can either bring the mat up and throw to the 2 metre mark, or you can keep the mat back and throw a short end.
Well, it was interesting the other day, wasn't it, watching Sheldon Begley-Howley and Aidan Takaroa.
That was his plan, yeah.
That was that mat movement wasn't up and down. It was very evident.
Probably the logic. The only reason why, and it's not, I don't think it's relevant to this game, but if you're making a decision as to whether you want to throw a short end with the mat back or a jack on the 2 metre with the mat up, is that the percentage chance of a killed end is much higher if the jack is in this position.
Totally, absolutely.
Because the space that the jack has to run between here and the ditch is longer, so much higher chance of a kill. Whereas if you have the mat pulled up and the jack on the 2 metre mark, it's a much lower chance of a kill. There's a big, more opportunity, more chances that the jack, if it's it, is going to go into the ditch. So that would be the only consideration there, I think, Kevin.
Well, as you and I, Alex, both know, you've covered a number of games and events in Australia. You know, how the Australians love to get the mat up, jack down towards the 2 metre mark, and then they start their push and prod match.
Yep.
They don't.
On the forehand now, Kathy King, she's just picked up a 3. Changed the jack length, but finds herself 2 down. Willing it on.
Well, asking there, is it the front blue bowl on the right on the centre line? Is it the shot? Or sorry, out to the side. It looks like the red. Looking out the window here, Alex. It looks like the red bowl.
Which was the second shot? Thank you.
Oh goodness, that's a clothesline away the second shot. Then when
It's funny, isn't it?
yeah, it doesn't look like it, but So on the backhand, well, that should be pretty handy, this bowl, because that's got that nice sprinking arc, that big arc. That'll come all the way around. Oh, that make it definitely count. And
on the forehand, reaching past Kathy. This is turning into a big end for Dallas Hoskins. She could easily find herself on 14 or 15 points after this end.
well, looking the other bowl out to the side here, Alex, just looking at the angle out and just looking out through the window down below us here, could well be counting. Not the front one, not the right at the front, but the two out the side could definitely.
Yeah, if you look at your screen here, it's hard to tell. I think that blue bowl is level with the jack. If you look at your screen, I think the blue bowl is level. So I think Dallas just holding the one. So that blue bowl to the left of your screen here, more level than it might appear. So at this angle, you'd think, well, that's 3 reds. But I think Dallas is probably only holding the one shot.
Yeah, the bowl out to the side was the measure bowl from before. Well, how far is this going to come back in here? Needed to beat that other red bowl.
Yeah,
big counting.
We can see it from this angle here, just at the bottom left of your screen. So let's just see. So Kathy's conceded one shot.
Oh, it may only be one, Alex.
I think that's all it is, to be honest. I think that blue bowl, nice and level with the jack, so not as bad as it looked on television. And there'll be a measure for second here. So Dallas at least on 12.
I think the tape would be the good idea. Yes, it is.
Going to measure for 13.
The girls confer and say, yes, let's get the tape out. That's a good idea.
A bit of teamwork here. So we just await the whether it was one or two.
Surely it was just the one if they were going to that bowl over the far side.
I think just the one.
I know it's just quickly here, Alex. You don't see this very often now in the Nationals. I looked at 6-1 of the men's peers, and there's not one unbeaten side.
Goodness gracious me.
Which is most.
There's lots of, it would indicate that it's a very tightly contested section.
There's 8 teams sitting on 3.
Watched a game out here this morning at Burnside Bowling Club between Sean O'Neill and Kernahan taking on Peter Cotton and Joseph van der Pennen. That was a very good game. Van der Pennen continuing as good form. He played some great bowls. I started off, I watched the first 3 ends. I was sort of all square after 3. Then we had to come inside and do some broadcast stuff. And I popped back down and Kearney and Sean were about 15-5 down. I thought, well, that's not going as well as it could have for them. So I watched a couple of ends. They were still losing, popped back in, and then popped back down to watch the last end. And I think it was 16-14 to Van der Pennen, but he held on. So obviously a late run there from Kearney and Sean. And I don't know what their results are, but if they qualify, that's a good team, isn't it?
They need, Mike Kernahan and Sean O'Neill need the remaining 2 games. They dropped a game yesterday. I think it was their first round yesterday that they dropped a game. So they need both of those today. And
those results all can be found on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, but you'd think if Kearney and Sean can get through to post section, there's a lot of experience in that team, and obviously Van der Pennen continuing his good form. So 2 pairs teams have played in section play that may well meet again in post section.
He played outstanding. He was desperately unlucky. He played outstandingly well. So 12-5, and remember, as it is, we see the shot drawn by the Anderson's Bay lady, Kathy King. And it's got out on that good wide arc. It's about getting that weight. As you know, Alex, it's great to get that bowl out on that wide arc, but getting that weight to get right back to the jack line, it's a challenge.
Close.
If it sits on the centre line, would most likely, and falls in, would count. It'd be 2 to Kathy King. Well, sits on the bowl, does Dallas Hoskin, but the blue bowl is sitting right on the centre line. 12-5 in the race to 21.
Be interesting here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw. Yeah, good bowl. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a comeback from Kathy King or a close finish here.
Well, the last 3 or 4 ends, she's found the centre line. And as you well know, Alex, one of the things you do really when you're playing under 21, you forget about the scoreboard a wee bit and just get your own game going, because you sort of chip away, 1 here, 2 there, and it can make all the difference. And she's definitely holding 2 here. Well, we'll wait and see. Goes by, tips the bowl over.
Oh, half a bowl out.
You are, Kathy, yes.
Asking what the position was.
On the back end.
Well, this will come back to.
Very close.
This bowl. This will come back and count.
That's lovely stuff, isn't it? Oh, it's going to keep going.
Went further than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah.
Once it got round the front red bowl, I thought it would just draw dead to the centre line.
She'll feel a bit unlucky. Well, not unlucky. You just get a bit exasperated sometimes, Kev, because you've gone past. You would have thought, well, if I can get my bowl around that short red one, that's all I need to worry about, because after that, my bowl will stop, and it's just continued to run. So I think only the 1 point, 6-12 now the score.
Couldn't have played it much better.
I've missed a point somewhere because it's actually 6-13. Must have been a 2 on that end where there was a bit of conjecture, I think.
And just confirming what we were talking about before, I just see Sean O'Neill and Mike Kernan do require their next 2, this game and the next one, to qualify for post-section play.
And that ladder function of Bolsa Baltudo is brilliant, isn't it? So if
I love the red line.
Yeah, if you're a new user to it and you click onto it, you see there's matches, ladder, live entries and broadcast schedule along the top. If you click on the ladder button, that'll be the easiest one for you to understand who's qualified and who hasn't. There is a line, above the line are qualifiers, below the line are those who haven't qualified yet, or when all the dust is settled, haven't qualified at all. So it keeps it nice and simple and easy to understand. As we see the length queried there of the jack, a short jack thrown again by Kathy King, Kev.
She has
Must be something that's in her mind, I think.
Well, I think she feels, well, okay, I'm going to get back in, I can get back into this game. And Julie, she will, I'm sure, because she certainly found her centre line. And here, good opening bowl again here.
That's perfect, isn't it?
Well, any player, Alex, that can beat Lindy O'Callaghan is a more than capable player.
Yeah, or Christine Buchanan, who it was.
Christine Buchanan, sorry.
From the same area, I understand. I get you.
Yeah, same.
But 21-20, you're right. You know, you're absolutely capable of playing good bowls. So that's why I just wouldn't be surprised if we went to like a 21-20 or a 21-19 win to one of these two players, because Dallas has been playing very well, but Kathy hasn't been far off, has she?
Oh, no, now that she's getting this centre line working for her, but a good response, very good response here. Just going to drop under the bowl, and we'll see. It's going to change her hand. not always, you just because the bowl's there on a good drawing hand, meaning that you've got to really change your hand, because as we saw there, that they would draw around the bowls with no problem at all. But she's look at this, she's playing both hands exceptionally well.
Yeah, that's two great bowls.
There's that lovely arc back to the centre line. It won't fall in, but it's very well played. See how far that bowl works back to the centre, can't you, Alex? Off that swinging hand there, it certainly...
Correct.
Four really good bowls here from these two, Dallas and Kathy. This is a good line.
Might just go by, but the important thing is, though, Alex, she's really getting those effective, consistent bowls now.
And we've got 5 bowls within a tea towel. One of the bowling cloths we saw used on the finals day would fit over top of them.
Yeah, well,
maybe one of the bigger bowling cloths, to be fair, but still.
They needed beach towels. Will she get to her red bowl to turn into the head? No, she won't. That was the option that, of course, that ideally would have liked to have got with Dallas Goss and get a touch to the red bowl.
Just short of a gallop. Beautiful line. All 6 bowls played have had a fantastic green. Look at that. There's 6 bowls there on the rink. They're all within a foot and a half either side of. There's a commentator's curse. That bowl's going to go underneath the line. But the other 6 really good. And it's interesting that it'll be interesting to see what Dallas opts to play here. If she is only 1 down, it's not horrible fishing, to be honest.
No, whether she wants to play the other hand or try and get to the jack, danger of that, she gets the side of the jack and she's 3 down, or she stays on the hand of which she's been playing, that bank hand. She gets a turn onto the bowl, she might be able to push that through to make shot of it. No, she is electing to go to that forehand, or she hasn't played many bowls on that side of the rink, so it'll be interesting to see. Well, she quickly gave the call then. If I'm done, you have.
Yep, that's
100% correct in that statement.
Oh, well. C'est la vie. That ball's just disappeared, so we're going to see some points go to Kathy King. We'll just wait and see how many, and Dallas will want to forget that. That's okay. She has played well in this game.
Yeah, she'd rather put that one in the did that really happen box.
It has been nice to be able to acknowledge, Kev, the contribution that Dallas's mother did give to lawn bowls. Evelyn Margaret Warren, who passed away in 1986, and to quote from V. Williams, who was the secretary of the Canterbury Centre at the time of her passing, she said it was a terrible blow for women's bowls and that her contribution would be quite unequal. Nothing ever seemed a bother to her, and she was outgoing. To me, she said, as to all of us, she was such a wonderful friend and had a marvellous personality. No matter how hard we try, we could never find an adequate replacement for Eve Warren. She was a very special woman, and we mourn her passing dearly. And really nice to be able to acknowledge that. I mean, we're a few years later, it's 2023, 2024, but we must remember these people who've contributed to our sport, and
Absolutely.
Eve was one of those.
Well, if we go back, I've been fortunate enough to be going to national championships as a player and doing this role that I've done now for a number of years as well. And we have had some absolutely outstanding administrators around the centres and we just had, only in the last 2 weeks, one of those pass away, that being Keith McMurtry in Palmerston North.
Yes.
And of course Keith was Bowls New Zealand president at one stage. But Keith was one of those really, really hard Manawatu workers. He was great for his club, great for the centre, both him and his late wife, who won a New Zealand title. Really, gave so much to the sport, and continuously sadly with the ageing administrators, they pass on, but we should never forget the work that so many of those people have done to make the sport as good as it is today.
Oh, totally agree with you. And Dallas here on her forehand. It's actually psychologically, it's a good thing that she's let that go nicely on her forehand, because of course the previous ball on her forehand was not good.
Oh, it's very old.
So you sort of want to just let it go nice and go, well, it's okay, it's all fine.
Shell shocker, isn't it? Really,
it's all fine.
Oh, it's a good bowl here. Another good bowl. She's
settling down, isn't she, Kathy
totally.
King?
You've got to be impressed with how and changed her hand coming this way as well. Alex, she was playing on the other hand. There was Kathy, but she's now playing follow the leader type thing.
As we see Dallas here. Lovely line on that bowl, just not sure on the weight.
But if you do want to get down to Burnside and any other clubs around the Christchurch region today, we don't know, of course, tomorrow which greens will be used yet. But if you want to get down there today to have a look at some of the bowls, just pop in. You'll be made more than welcome. There's no charge to get in. There's ample seating within the clubs, and they'll welcome you. And you can sit around the green, watch the bowls. Just Fred minutes, good parking at most of the clubs.
Yeah, there'll be a number of us host clubs tomorrow for post section. Probably 9 or 10 clubs that'll be utilised as host clubs for post section tomorrow, and all of them, I'm sure, would welcome any spectators with open arms, and with the depth and quality of the field in both the open disability, the women's singles, and the men's pairs. Anywhere you go is going to be good watching. There's world champions, national champions, and centre champions just sort of sprinkled throughout all three fields. And just a great event, really, to be hosting here in Christchurch.
And, of course, as well, from a view, go along and watch point of view, we've got, in the men, for example, we've got the current world champion in action. We have got the previous world champion as well, that being Shannon McElroy. All of the men of the New Zealand side recently announced to play in that Trans-Tasman that Alan spoke about earlier on. They're all here in action. So all of the best players from around New Zealand are here. Also in the women, of course, we have got Kelly McCarran here as well, who of course won the pairs 2 days ago with Jan Shirley, because Kelly in her own right, a fantastic player, because she was the runner-up in the world singles on the Gold Coast. So you can go get around and watch these players in action. Fred minutes.
So just a decision being made here. Yeah, whether it was 1 or 2, so 1 at least conceded to Kathy King, and just measuring for the second shot.
And of course here at Burnside they've got Alex coffee carts here.
Yes, yeah, which is very, very pleasing.
That it gets good reviews.
So it was.
And just there we go. They just got it sorted out. They had a chat there, and I just mentioned that of Kelly McCarran, the Canadian runner-up in the world champion singles, world champion singles. She has won her 4 required matches, and has qualified for post-section play tomorrow. So you want to have a look tonight and see where she's playing. Get along, and you'll be able to see one of the best in the world in action.
Absolutely. So 10-13, so Kathy King clawing back the deficit here in this race to 21 points.
Well, she's come back from 13.5, Alex. Now they're now checking the length of that jack. Oh, it looks well up for. Yeah, I thought that looked to be more than up from where the mat was placed at the other end.
Yeah, it is. So Kathy from the Andersons Bay Bowling Club. Both have nice deliveries, Kathy and Dallas, all pretty conventional. Nice alignment. Let it go pretty smooth. Kathy has found her line now, so allowing the bowl to come back to the centre line.
And there it is again, as you rightly say, Alex, and she's now got that, what I would say, consistency in her draw.
Just might throw a stone from the top window. It's the marker, as you can see. Oh, there, he's moved. He's moved. It's okay. It's fine.
Worked it out.
Just making sure he had a glass of water, and that's fair enough. It's sunny conditions at the Burnside Bowling Club. So Kathy King on the forehand. That one came out very nice.
Yeah, get that bowl away, and they'll get that swing now. It'll get that late swing towards the centre line. There it is. Yeah, you can't get much better than that. 13, 10 and 2 on it. Well, 1 on it, 1 just lower the jack.
So we'll see Della switch to the forehand side. Not far away here if it holds. Just underneath the line.
The jack. Well, here's a big chance here. Big chance for Kathy in that lovely blue Panama hat. And again,
it's a nice hat, isn't it? I was quite impressed.
Yeah, they've got a name, haven't they? What's it called?
I don't know.
Faduc. Look at this again, Alex.
Oh, beautiful bowl.
Fedora?
Oh no, Fedora looks a little bit different. I don't know.
Oh right.
I think it's just a nice looking.
Okay, it's a nice blue hat.
Smart blue hat with a good wide brim, sun smart wide brim, matches the bowl's apparel and the split bowl.
Oh, watch out here!
Close.
They're going to get unlucky.
That wasn't far away. It's interesting if you watch Kathy's bowls. Look like they have a slight wobble on them, but it's actually the paintwork on those Henselite. The Henselite bowls that she uses, they've got the split running in that direction, and the blue part isn't perfectly done around it. So it looks like they have a slight wobble. Tessa Farley from Auckland plays with the same bowl, and they always look like they've got a slight wobble, but it's actually the paintwork, the way the bowl is put together. And Dallas under a lot of pressure here.
Needs to cut now.
She's under a lot of pressure. Look at this. Has she got the jack? Just underneath.
Wow, that could have been that would have been a 6-shot turnaround because the jack would have gone directly out to where those red bowls are. But instead, it will be a couple at least to Kathy King.
Might be a third there. So I think we may be all square. 13 apiece in this race to 21. And this game is tightened right up as Kathy King has settled into it. At the first half of the game, Kathy was missing by a bowl. And now it's Dallas's turn to be close to that previous end. She was within a bowl of perfection, but just unable to execute the shot. And we find ourselves 13 all in the race to 21, so 8 points left to go for one of these players.
And she may well, she's going to lose the jack here. No, it just stays up. You can see it there deep down on the rink. So they'll take it to the 2 metre mark under the number 9.
Mike Kernahan in the yellow shirt in the background. Bowls New Zealand head coach, holder of 5, maybe 6 New Zealand titles himself.
Yeah, five or six.
Great shot.
Again, we're seeing now with what we are seeing with Kathy King from Anderson's Bay, that first bowl effectiveness that we were talking about earlier on, Alex. She's been able to get that. That's put the pressure very much on Dallas Hoskin and start dictating the head early.
And that first bowl again was good there from Kathy King. I do like that hat.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good hat.
Colin would know what it was called if he was on the commentary.
Colin, really?
He said it's called a hat, so that's unhelpful. It's I was hoping for better, to be honest. I see the second bowl from Kathy.
Just going to sail by him.
Just past, but look at that. It stayed up on the rink, so good line. And Dallas Hoskin now. Bit of work to do. Got it away okay. And these little size 1.5s, they'll turn a lot. This may even end up being narrow. And look at that. It's gone now, Kev. Across the head.
It's such a fine line with the small bowls playing a wide ditch swinging hand.
I can remember the first set of bowls I ever played with. I used to play twilight bowls at the Tauranga RSA, which is now next to the Tauranga Hospital. They own it. But Tauranga RSA used to be there, and they had 3 greens going up a hill. Played twilight bowls when I was 10 or 11. And I was purchased for my birthday, I think, a set of size 1 super grips. And those were the bowls that I used to play with, just very casually at twilight bowls as a young person. And they did turn.
They'd go around the world.
They turned. I was very proud of my size 1 super grips. Before then, my hands were too small, so I played with indoor bowls, and they used to pull the mat up.
See, look at this bowl coming back now, Alex. Look at this coming back from that.
Almost back up.
Yeah. So that's a hard-hand to play as well, because your
more to work.
Your judgment factor, your margin of error is to get weight and green aligned is a real challenge.
It's a lovely effort from Dallas, so she'll feel like she can make the correction with her last bowl. It's a funny feeling in the game. She's probably gone 5 ends now, I think, without scoring. And it begins to become a bit of a habit sometimes, and you start thinking to yourself, it's been a few years since I've scored with my last bowl.
Well, you also know that, look at this.
Great shot.
Oh, I need to get another roll on it.
Just asking for the position. We'll see what the marker says. Kathy may have been unlucky. She may have given the shot away here. If she's given the shot away, Dallas won't be going near it.
2 down now.
Okay, well, she'll be going near it then. 2 down, says the marker. So Dallas on the forehand, locked at 13 apiece. She's in the area, Kev.
Now, how's the weight that had come back all the way?
Oh, she's got to be in the area
this
here.
Is a great attempt. She
Look
might
at this.
be unlucky. Well played.
Oh, what a shot.
Fantastic bowl. Most likely, I would say second shot, but
that's a great effort.
It came back from the end of Karanga Happy Road to Queen Street.
Yeah.
That ball came back.
We'll get a replay of that, regardless of whether it's got the shot or not. That was a fantastic effort there from Dallas Hoskin. I thought she had the shot. Oh, she's conceded one. Hard ball to play that. So she's cut it down. So Kathy King's going to
a new leader
take the lead for the first time in this match.
Now, I thought I heard the marker say 2. No, we'll wait and see.
You may be correct.
I might be completely wrong. I just heard something in the mic.
Keep my eyes peeled on the scoreboard just to check, and we'll just watch this replay. Watch this. I reckon if she hadn't, we'll play it again, eh? If she doesn't get the feather off that front blue, so watch the front blue in a second. if she hadn't got the feather off the front blue, she had the shot,
Yeah,
in my
she got
opinion.
around that well. It was coming, and for the viewers, we're sitting here watching it live. That bowl had to draw back a long, long way. Now, on their board, it is 15.
Oh, well heard, Kev. And on our board, it's 15 as well. So 15-13. So Dallas Hoskin played a really good bowl and stayed 2 down. So now it just feels like the momentum has swung. It started off, Kathy was one getting a little bit unlucky. And now Dallas has played a lot of bowls that have been in the area, but it has been unable to make them effective.
Well, should be starting to think now, well, the Anderson's Bay lady, well, look, I won that important game earlier on. Hello, that's going back to the scoreboard again. Hello. One.
Oh, there we go. You shouldn't have been paying so much attention, Kev, and then we would have been right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So 14-13 the score.
Well, of course, Kathy King, knows obviously that if I can win this game, I'm still alive.
Yes,
I've still got a chance.
Dallas here on her four. Oh, I can't actually tell. I think it's her forehand. Yes, it will be her forehand side. Just the camera angle there, making it a bit challenging. And we think the kind of hand, isn't it? It's going to turn less aggressively, particularly with these small size 1.5 bowls. Kathy persisting on the forehand side. We'll use Dallas's bowl as a guide to get around. Or underneath, but not through. Oh, she's around it. That's a good shot there from Kathy King.
Well, I didn't just feather the bowl on the outside. She was around it towards the centre line. It would have been close to where the jack is, but definitely holding again is the Anderson's Bay player.
Dallas on the forehand. This is a lovely line down to the weight now. Oh, just
good attempt, second shot for sure, but
a smidgen out.
Quite safe here for Kathy King, who would love to come around that bowl and get a touch on the jack. I can assure you she'd be delighted if she can get a bit of movement onto the jack. Is she out wide enough to get past the red? No, she's not. She's going to...
Oh, just underneath.
Going to crash into it. But holding the shot on the last end with this Kathy King leading 14-13 and holding the shot, and that's out on a good arc for her bowl, for Dallas's bowl. But has it got the weight? No, it hasn't got the weight, so it'll be another one to Kathy King. Now it is 15.
So just predicting the future earlier, Kev. I see, just having a look, that Kathy has made the Bowls Dunedin senior representative team before for the Region 6 tournament. Actually played last year around this time on the 28th and 29th of January. She led the fours with Kay Cosgrove, Vicky Robinson and Shannon Ethorn as the skip, the 3 and the 2 respectively. So clearly takes her bowls pretty seriously and has had some good results in the Dunedin Centre.
Well, it's a strong centre, Dunedin, actually. They've got some exceptionally good lady players, women players, well, and men, of course, but they've got some very good, Sarah Scott, Bronwyn Stevens, Angie Francis, Barbara Archer. They've got some good players down there for sure.
I see here also, and this is worth repeating, that in 2021, Kathy King was part of a mother-daughter combination that won the Bowls Dunedin Centre Peers, and it says that the Anderson's Bay, as we watch this shot here from Kathy, beautiful bowl, the Anderson's Bay mother and daughter pairing of Shannon Ethorn and Kathy King stole 5 shots on the penultimate end to set up a 15-14 victory in the final of the Bowls Needham Open Women's Pairs at the Brighton Bowling Club on that particular Saturday. It had been a wait of almost a month for the Andersons Bay pair to discover their final opponents after they qualified soon after the weather interrupted post-section play last week, and work and travel opportunities limited playing opportunities. That's bad copy from the Otago Daily Times. You shouldn't see opportunities twice for the North East Valley pair of Sarah Scott and Bronwyn Stevens, who it was that they were defeated. So that's really good. That's a great win. So Kathy King not only hits the scalp of Buchanan today, but a couple of years ago defeating Sarah Scott and Bronwyn Stevens with her daughter on the extra end, 15-14 in the final.
Well, certainly proving here in the latter stages with the last 8-10 ends that she's got onto that wider hand that we've spoken about, Alex, and has benefited from it, and got that very first bowl. That, as we speak about that first bowl effectiveness, like literally right on top of the jack. It can just help you set the whole end up, and she's done that again, holding 2 shots here.
Playing well. Oh, watch out, little bird. That was...
the Sparrow nearly got... and this will make 3. This is another good bowl going to sit on the shot
she's
bowl.
settling in now, isn't she? Playing great bowls. Kathy King and Dallas Hoskin in a bit of trouble. She drops a number on this end. It's a situation where you could blink and suddenly the score could be 21-13 and the game could be over.
Oh, I've got this bowl out wider for sure. How's the weight? Needs to get the weight to get around and past. Oh, might cut. Oh, this is a great
Half
attempt.
the bowl needs it to hold.
It's a great attempt. And
Unlucky again. Goodness, the amount of third and fourth bowls Dallas has played that have been right in the area, Kevin, and just haven't quite worked.
If she would not have played with a size 3 bowl there, would not have set that shot bowl.
Yeah.
But because of the big swing on that bowl, it's running away.
Just that slight difference, isn't it? Kathy King has fallen short here, but that's not bad actually. It's right in the eye line of Dallas.
We're definitely holding 2.
Oh, she's winding up here perhaps.
Oh, this looks like a bit of weight coming on it. It is.
I like that. We'll see what happens.
Well, she might get that very, very front bowl.
Look at this. Look at this.
Who knows what's going to happen here? Who knows? Second shot. That's how you get second shot.
Oh, that's amazing. Got it right down. So she was a bit narrow then, but a good result. A good result in 16-13 the score to Kathy King in the race to 21.
A safe second shot.
Oh, she didn't miss wide. That'd be a great one to get on replay as well, just so we can relive that moment.
And I hope these players are enjoying their opportunity to be on the Sky, the Sky coverage and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage. Something that they can look back on. It's interesting, the father and son, both
Nigel and Nick here.
Both of them yesterday asked me after the game.
Oh, we'll just watch this quickly, Kev. So watch this. Narrow. That's a great result, isn't it? Imagine if she got the shot out of that.
Well,
wouldn't buy a lotto ticket.
The delivery bowl nearly drew the shot.
Nick and Nigel from Allenton and Bowls Orewa.
Yeah, well, they were asking me after the game last night, well, can we go back now and watch it? Can we? I said, yeah, go onto the Bowls New Zealand YouTube platform and you can watch the whole game again, watch the live action. So, yeah, that.
And Kathy, whose first bowl effectiveness has really stepped up in the last 5 or 6 ends again with her first bowl. Look at this.
It's very good.
That's beautiful.
Very, very good, that first bowl effectiveness. It's
so hard to play against, man. Every time you approach the mat, your opposition has just put one right on the jack.
I watched this morning out at Beckenham. Hello?
Oh, no. Just the.
Let's just say there'll be 3 bowls on this particular end.
We won't say anything more about that
We'll
one.
just
That's
let
fine.
that go. But, yeah, a team from Picton this morning. I was watching out at Beckenham, and I counted 5 ends in a row where the lead did exactly what we're talking about.
It's great, isn't it? It's that makes it so easy to build from. Kathy King now on her back end.
She checked.
Yep, she did.
Well, it might look wide, but it will come back a long way. It will come back towards the centre line, and it looked to be flying halfway up the green, but it just highlights, Alex, isn't how you've got to get that width and weight. It's a challenge.
Well, it's the other thing with the smaller bowls, because as we spoke, there's more revolutions per metre for
Correct.
a smaller bowl. So it's going to slow down quicker as well because it's rolling more. So it's going to spend more time going at a 90-degree angle, and it's going to pull up a little bit faster. As we see, that was a good shot there from Kathy, keeping the target nice and narrow. Means that...
of course, the other thing is, Alex, is if you don't get your green right, your bowl is very quickly going to disappear under the centre line and just say it'll go. Now you'll see there.
This is a good line.
Very wide out on that arc out there, and it will come all the way back to the centre line. It was just the weight.
Yeah, it was the perfect green, wasn't it?
Well, there it is, where it's finished. You can see there, absolutely perfect green.
Kathy now again on her forehand side. Been very impressive in this game. Willing this bowl on. It's just going to pull up short.
Have you watched the Alex at the likes of Henselite put the bowl down the table?
Yes, it's fascinating, isn't it? It's quite satisfying to watch the bowl. Testing tables that they use to ensure that the sets are within a certain tolerance, so the 4 bowls have to match.
Well, this should duck right away, but
could get a slice of heaven
here. There could be one of hasn't get the weight to get another one. 17-13 now to the Andersons Bay player. Of course, saying that a victory here keeps Kathy's chances of qualifying for post-section play, keeps them alive. She still has to win a couple of more matches, but still with a chance to qualify. And a big thank you again, although the players are doing their part as well in the women's singles, but big thank you to all of the markers from like today at Burnside and from all the clubs around the Canterbury region where the players give their time, club members give their time up to mark. It's greatly appreciative, and to our officials who are out there doing the measuring and keeping things all in order. We know they love it, but they do a wonderful job, because without them we just don't have events. So they do a wonderful job.
Yeah, much appreciated. Dallas desperately wanting to get off unlucky 13.
Well, she certainly got stuck on it, hasn't she? But she'll come back from there. This looks a better opening bowl, Alex, as it now comes back towards the centre line. Will still run a couple of metres. And I'm sure that from what we've seen in the later stages of this game, that Kathy won't make that same mistake she did with the first. She'll be close up. It is out on her backhand. And she hasn't adjusted. Well, there we go. Just in a couple of bowls. Well,
Good
literally jack level it's sitting.
We've got a, I don't know what's happening there. There's not music playing, but he's got music going in his head, so that's important.
Sure has.
I'd like to know what song. That's fantastic stuff.
I was doing weight training now.
Very good. Anyway, Dallas looking to make a correction.
Your ball, yes, you have.
Yes, you've got the shots for sure, asking the marker. So, how far will it come around with weight?
Good ball.
Oh, I had perfect weight. Well, I had perfect line, I should say. 1.5 meters over.
Willing it down.
Will still be the blue ball that shot 17-13 in this race to 21. And Kathy King doing her utmost to keep her chances of qualifying for post-section plate, keep them alive. Done a good line to there. Now it will drop under this maroon bowl. Just gets a feather
good
off
bowl.
it. But it was always
That's
in
a
the
good
target.
shot.
Well, it was always in the target area, Alex.
Wonder if Dallas will look at having a nibble at this. She's shown that she doesn't mind having a go at something. It's a 2-bowl target from the players here, and that's what you can see.
Well, you just about get split, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd be thinking it's possibly a consideration. Deciding just to try and draw.
On the draw, out on that wide side. It'll come back a long way from there.
That's the right line.
You can be assured it'll come back a long way.
It's the right line.
This is a great bowl. Here's a shot. How's this?
That's staggeringly good, isn't it?
How's
Look at that.
A toucher.
Beautiful.
That bowl was, well, it was very, just highlights what we spoke about, Alex, and to get that right, that bowl came back a long way back towards that centre line.
When you're on a swinging bowl with a swinging hand, it's one of the prettiest bowls you can see when they nail it, isn't it, Kev? Because the skill level there to push the bowl out at such a wide arc and just have it to finish as a toucher is just unbelievable.
Just crept its way back towards the jack. Don't forget, of course, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website and all the results.
Yes, yeah, but on Bowls Hub Aotearoa, that's where they will turn up.
And the guys now, I can see.
And it's all up to date. It's all up to date. Great stuff. So all the results are there now, Kev.
We just got confirmed.
And the post-section draws will be published there later on tonight. I would suggest you have dinner and a drink first, then have a look at post-section draw for the men's pairs and the women's singles. The challenge with the women's singles is that last round there are going to be some games that are required to be played as this bird again just about gets mowed over by a bowl. Some games that are required to be played, and it's a 3-hour time limit, so it can push it. We may not have the last results in until half 7. So you then want to give players time to double check the results. So I would be expecting a post-section draw published sometime after 9 o'clock tonight for the women, and it'll be 7ish for the men.
So Alex,
just based on the timings.
For those that don't know, another good bowl coming here, just going to drop under the very good opening bowl from Dallas. So when it comes to the draw for post-section play,
yes,
a lot of people have got all sorts of theories, all sorts of things. It's just they come out as they come out, correct?
Randomly drawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, randomly drawn. There's no seeding. There's no sections, etc., etc. You find your qualifiers based on the conditions of play. Then there is an email sent out saying we think you're qualified. We publish the results. We ask people to check them just in case that there's been
good bowl here. Sorry, Alex.
Great.
Good bowl
It's a great
right
shot.
to the centre line.
We ask people to check the results to make sure that they are correct, and we give about an hour and a half if you had no phone calls by that stage. It's safe to press the random button,
Right.
the draw gets spat out, and that's it. That's it. So the hard work is done in putting the results in and ensuring that the list of qualifiers is correct, and then it's just totally randomly drawn, and that's your post-section.
Oh, well, just going to fall outside the bowl.
This is a great end of bowls building here. Look at that, 4 bowls essentially touching. And Dallas
Still
Hoskin
holding 2.
has played a good end. It's funny when you get the jack A and you deliver the jack, it just feels easier to find that weight, which I think is what we've seen here.
So just for those, they're not drawn out of a hat.
No, we don't do that. It's part of the bowl sub Aotearoa thing. There's a function there just to scramble it and have a post-section draw. Be interesting if it was drawn out of a hat, wouldn't it? We could make a boggles the mind.
Well, I have seen some, let's say, ancestral ways of doing draws of years gone by. But no, we're well past all that now. We're in the modern technology of a very efficient computerized draw system.
Having a nibble.
Here's the nibble. Oh, no.
I like the idea. I wonder if it's easier to play that on the back
I was
end.
just going to say, it was, in my view, Alex was played on the wrong hand. Because the split to get the bowls right out of the head, in my view, is on the other hand.
Or just there's more good things that can happen on the backhand.
Absolutely.
Like if you look at these, all those bowls that you can hit on the backhand are going to end up with a good result. This could be a convenient.
Well, it sits in front of the bowl.
You're still on the backhand, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely you are. Absolutely.
Any of those 3 on the backhand is good. You know, if there's a blue bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack, if you get the inside half of that with the weight that we just saw Kathy play, her collision bowl is going to come across to our left. She could finish with 2 or 3.
I was going to get a favourable. Get that right splash in between, you're going to get a favourable result.
Yeah, you should get a 2 or 3 out of this. And you can see...
you can actually dislodge the Moroni, the coloured bowls, without moving your 2 blue and without your striped bowls. She's got the 2 blue and white bowls that are there. You can get all of those. The maroon bowls can all go out without dislodging any of the blue and white bowls.
I agree with you. I think we could see a 2 or 3 here, but I think more chances. It could still work on the forehand, which is to the left as we see it, but I think a better shot would be to play it on the backhand side. More chances of a result. So same weight you've just played, Kathy, on the backhand, and let's see what can be made to happen here. She's sticking to the forehand, so still odd on the forehand, just not quite as easy to get a result on the forehand side.
Just don't think it's going to the draw.
As a commentator, that's absolutely gutting because I really wanted to see what was going to happen. Clean run.
Coming back a long way, but won't get back enough.
It was a beautiful line, but not to be. So we may be all square in a second. It may be.
Well,
maybe it's going to be 17 all.
It could well have made 3. 1, 2. Now we're looking. Out comes the measure. That third. Just looking. Oh, well, one straight on to the jack actually. It's the blue and white bowl. The blue and white bowl of Kathy's is in a direct line. Look, this could be 3.
I think it might be 3 here. Just listen, see if we can hear through the ground mics.
2.
2, so 16-17 the score.
And you had that all done already.
Yeah, I thought it was 2. I thought it'd be 2. Glad that I was right. And 16-17, this game's still anybody's, Kev.
Well, of course, for Kathy King of Anderson's Bay, she certainly wants the victory to keep her chances alive of making it through to post-section play. Of course, we'll be with you right throughout the day here as they come to the conclusion of these round-robin section play games. And as we've said on numerous occasions, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, and the excellent draw and result facility which we've got there will keep you fully up to date with what's going on.
Absolutely, and we see Dallas deliver the jack to sort of a metre up from the 2 metre mark. Been playing well when she has the jack in hand.
I think the difference that we've seen with Kathy is when she has made the change of her hand to the big wide hand. It's been advantageous to her. It's got an opening bowl here off that bank swing
good
side
shot
for Dallas. So on the backhand is Kathy King. Well, certainly had the right arc on the bowl, but doesn't got the weight to get all the way down.
Interesting, it just feels like the momentum shifted again. Is that little dancer in the background? No, he's actually watching the bowls this time. If she gets around this one here, Dallas is close.
Round the front bunch she is.
Isn't that pretty to watch?
That's the line. Just now adjusting that yard of weight back, but at present it counts. Ooh. How long will that stay up?
Needs a clean run.
Needs it clean to the jack, and will do so. No, just looked as though it was
Agonising,
right
isn't
on
it?
the jack.
Thought it was about right.
Well, this will depend on the weight. It certainly had the right arc on the bowl, but it hasn't got the weight to get into a counting position. Holding one is Dallas Hoskin from the Lincoln Bowling Club down here in Canterbury.
Interesting if she can thread the needle here. This is brilliant.
Needs a clean run.
Now is it going to get the jack?
Needs a clean run. Touch the jack.
How?
Touch the back of the jack on the way past.
I mean, you can't do much more than that, can you? A lot of wildlife today, Kev. I see monarch butterflies flitting in front of cameras and little birds hopping over the green. I hope we don't see a successful bird hunting a butterfly in the on the broadcast. That would be.
I was somewhere I was the other day. For a meal down some road, and a whole lot of apartments. They've got a lake in the middle, but the ducks seem to all reside in the car park. They were everywhere.
Madness. So Kathy just asked a couple of questions of the marker there, just to understand what's
she
where.
can draw that. She can draw down through here.
She's been so close twice. She's close 3 times. Square through her own. One,
roll,
2, 3.
roll.
Needs to keep rolling.
We won. All locked up.
It's been an indication that her weight was actually brilliant, because that bowl nearly rolled in for shots. So it was a great effort there from Kathy King, really. But you're right, 1 to Dallas Hoskin, and we're going to see the score 17 all on this TV, on this broadcast. Rank in the race at 21. Good stuff here. Of course, 2 more games to go on the broadcast rank, live on Sky Sport 4 and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. course, with the post section beginning tomorrow, keep your eyes peeled because the TAB will again be running books on the winner of both the women's singles and the men's pairs. If you want a little nibble at that, keep your eyes peeled.
I didn't look, but what was the winner of the singles? Aiden, right?
Yeah.
What were his odds on the TAB, do you know?
I'm not sure, but I think it was significant enough that there'll be some happy people if they put it.
When you looked at the quality coming back at the back end of it.
Yeah.
Because they took it at post-section point. Is that
from post-section onwards, yes.
Yeah, well, when the who's who of bowls is in there.
Yeah, I remember in the past, if we think about nationals gone by when the post-section's been on the TAB, Taylor Horn was paying, I think, 100 to 1 at the start of his post-section. And my recollection is there's lots of stories about some very happy people. And that goes all the way back.
Of course.
Bowls is one of those games, isn't it, where the underdogs can get up in these national events. And if you're the sort of person who likes a little nibble on the TAB, just suggest that you keep your eyes open because once the post-section draw is published, the TAB should be running a book on that.
But it's amazing when people or countries or whatever don't know. I saw Andy Curtin had mentioned that Aaron Sheriff's playing in one of the world indoor events, and on the UK opening bets, on the bookies bets, he was paying like a huge amount of money.
Yeah, it was a lot. For probably the best bowler in the world. I think
Correct.
They probably have just got a bit confused there.
So holding the shot here at 17 apiece. Sit on the inside of the bowl, turns it in and out.
Toucher.
Well, the toucher would still be the shot. It's the bowler Kathy King's, the blue and white bowl. Is the marker. Marker puts the chalk on it, 17 apiece in the race to 21. And remembering, of course, that Kathy King is still alive. Of course, she's still alive, but she's still she's still alive with a hope.
It's great news, Kev.
Yeah, I've qualified for post-section play, so yeah, just keep staying alive. Well, she might have made two. Got in the back of the bowl there.
Side cut it in and that bowl out as well. So Kathy, if she can draw and sit with 3 here, will be pretty pleased.
Oh, that's a good line out there, Alex. Out on that ditch hand. That's a very good line, in fact.
A lovely line.
How far is it going to run at the back end? Just going to go by. Had perfect line.
Just past. Della's asking how many down she is. And the marker there, fantastic markers that we have at the Burnside Bowling Club.
2.
Two, he says. You're 2 down.
Marker's confidence 2. Yeah, this is where it becomes very... Second shot, very, very much here for... Dallas has got a bowl that is on a good line, this bowl. This is on a good line. Will it get all the way down? Won't be 2 down in a minute, though. It'll only be 1.
Lovely bowl.
Well played. It just sits inside the 2 blue and white bowls. They are blue and white, I think, Alex. Well, no.
I wouldn't ask me.
I was going to say that was a bit senseless asking you that question, wasn't it?
Maintained the bowls yesterday were pink. That's all I've got to say about that. So holding 1, looking to make it 2. Kathy King.
Well, on a good line, how long is it going to hold up, though, coming down to the centre line?
Trying.
It needs to sit inside the red and
fall
in, and it does.
Beautiful bowl.
So it'll be 2. She rushes to 19. Does the Anderson's Bay player?
19, 17, so within 2, both in check-out range. It's been a well-contested game, this singles match, evenly played.
I see. off now, but I know earlier. I see current New Zealand representative Selena Goddard was down here on this front rink as well, so not sure how she's progressed, but as we said, at the completion of this game, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website.
And here we go, Kev. They must be, I would suggest, I'll be shocked if that's not a family group. So Dallas Hoskin, clearly with some family here at the Burnside Bowling Club, down to support. Great to see. Really cool. Hopefully some budding bowlers there as well, Kev.
Grandma.
Yeah.
Grandma.
Yeah, great. Fantastic stuff. And I'm sure Dallas too has early memories of coming down to watch her mother participate in bowls, because we know that her mother was heavily involved with the sport. As we see that first bowl of
Toucher.
Kathy King's a toucher and trailing the jack back.
My introduction, Alex, was about as I'd say 7, 8-year-old, being in those days I'd say dragged along by my late mother to watch my uncle Len Bennock playing the Taranaki Open Fours.
Yes,
it was a January ritual. What a great attempt!
Beautiful effort.
Yeah, go and watch Uncle Len play as he smoked his pipe on the green.
There, the family enthralled with the bowls. And look at this here from...
Oh, this is a great bowl. This stays up.
Look at this here.
This stays up, deserves to stay up. And
beautiful shot.
That's an outstanding bowl, right to the board. And you just saw that beautiful arc of the bowl, Alex. This is coming back towards the head on 19, holding game. This is a very difficult position for Dallas to get out of, actually, because it's a very tough position. Trying hard to get to the jack here. Will she get the jack? No, she won't. It's a great effort, though.
Oh, a good one to correct from. She's had 2 close bowls. You can see there too. So you're holding the win, Kathy.
So you try and touch the jack in the ditch, don't you?
No harm. No harm at all. That came out very smooth. So we'll just watch this bowl in a second. Come from the left of your screen and go to the right.
Oh, this is another good bowl, Alex. This is coming into the head. Look at this. Outstanding.
Oh, that's pretty good stuff, isn't it?
Outstanding from the Andersons Bay player. Pressure really on.
Game down.
On Dallas now.
Steering it down.
Oh, trying pretty hard. Trying pretty hard to the jack. How's this?
Oh!
I touched it.
What's happened? I thought that was perfection.
I thought she'd played that.
2.
She's
still 2 down. How's she still 2 down?
She's still matched down.
That's unbelievable stuff.
Now, you wouldn't see that very often, would you, Alice? The jack just under the board. Toucher, the bowl stays up, doesn't go into the ditch, and you're still 2 down.
Yeah, I'd be pretty... I wouldn't be thrilled.
Well, she played the perfect bowl. Absolute
she did nothing wrong.
Another good bowl here coming as well.
It's going to pull up short, I think, and just be in the road. So she's finished on the 2 metre mark, and this is what Dallas can see.
Change your hand.
I think she has to, yeah.
Change your hand, come down underneath towards the number. And that's jack in the ditch, 2 shots.
So we're talking the forehand side, which is to the left, as you see it on the screen. And Dallas could take the jack in the ditch for 2. If she's narrow, she'll go inside out off that blue and white bowl that sits at 1 o'clock, jack in the ditch for 2. If she somehow misses the front bowl and misses the jack, she's going to at least replace the shot bowl and only drop a 1. So that's the logic here.
She's got a perfect guide, Alex, to be fair, underneath her own bowl. The plays underneath that bowl. She's either going to get the shot bowl or jack.
Yeah. It's a long walk back to the mat. So we see this...
sure the marker indicated still 2, didn't he?
Yes, still 2 down. So she's game down here. So Kathy King currently holding the win, having trailed the jack back. And Dallas making her way back to the mat now to see if she can save the game.
got to go for the jack in the ditch.
Here we go. On the forehand.
Harder shot. Just taking a final check to make sure the little ring's on the inside.
I think she is on the backhand here. Let's watch this.
Shake hands time.
It's underneath. And that's going to be that. So congratulations to Kathy King from the Andersons Bay Bowling Club, who has successfully won her match 21-17. Good first game here of broadcast section play singles at the Burnside Bowling Club. Don't stray too far. We've got 2 more games to bring you. You've got enough time to, I don't know, go for a walk or get a cup of tea and have a biscuit. But we'll be back shortly, Kev, with more coverage here from the Burnside Bowling Club.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset National Championships being held in Christchurch and broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. We're up to round 3 of section play for the women's singles today here from Burnside. We've already broadcast one round, so we're going to broadcast the next one, and we get to see Leanne Watson from Bowls Kensington take on Leslie McClendon from Royal Oak Bowls. My name is Alex Reid, and I will be joined in commentary by Kevin Hickland as we await the players' kick-off. They've only just finished, so there may be a short break before they begin. Have been really enjoying bringing the coverage of Bowls to you on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. We've had the Open Men's Singles, the Open Women's Pairs and the Open Disability Pairs already completed, and now we are playing the second half of the Nationals, which includes the Open Men's Pairs, Open Women's Singles and Open Disability Singles, and the headquarters, of course, here at the beautiful Burnside Club in Christchurch. If you've got nothing, well, even if you do have something to do, actually, if you're looking for something to do and you live in the Christchurch area, there are 18 host clubs of the Summerset Nationals, and the finals day will be here the day after tomorrow at Burnside Bowling Club, where we have the finals day, so the concluding stages of the men's pairs, women's singles and open disability pairs. Well worth coming down to have a look. We've ordered good weather, so we're sure it'll be fantastic weather. There's a coffee cart, there's food available, there's ice cream, there are drinks, and of course great bowls to watch as we see the Kensington bowler put the mat down. So they've obviously tossed, which is a good sign. So it is, of course, Leanne Watson and Leslie McClendon. So this is Leanne Watson here from Bowls Kensington. If you're looking for results, you can find them on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. And our thanks too go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust for their support of this event. Much appreciated. And this game about to get underway in the background there. Anne Wright, former president of Bowls New Zealand, has run many an event. Go, so Selena Goddard, the marker for this game, won the New Zealand singles last year. Marking, of course, that's part of the format at this Nationals, as the players have a couple of buys. And in those buys, they can be asked to mark. So great to have Selena Goddard marking here. And Leanne Watson delivering the jack on this first end. It's a race to 21. And this is the first bowl. And just missing there, that first bowl. So this is Leslie McClendon, who's entered out of Royal Oak Bowls, but also plays out of the Bridge Park Bowling Club, which is the shirt that she's wearing there, the Bridge Park Bowling Club. Her first bowl, just reaching a little bit too far there. There's a quick green here at Burnside. Selena placing the jack on the ditch. And Leanne Watson from Bowls Kensington on her backhand.
So here we are, back at Burnside, the section play, qualifying rounds of the women's pairs. Leanne Watson, very prominent Northland bowler, against the promising Leslie McClendon of the Royal Oak Club in Auckland, formerly, of course, the Onehunga Club, but of course it was merged between Onehunga and Hillsborough, formed the now Royal Oak Club. We watch this.
Look at this.
Yeah,
it's a lovely bowl.
Well, that's a swinging hand, ditch hand. It's a, oh, and there we've got a very renowned marker, Selena Goddard, of course, current New Zealand blackjack, just recently returned from playing in Hong Kong, is marking this particular game. Here comes all of Watson's. We're just checking the status of these players because there's to see what where they lay in regards to qualifying.
Yes. So remember, they need 4 out of 6. Leslie McClendon.
Good bowl coming
bowl
here. Is just going to sit right in behind the jack. The jack moved off the centre line. That's well played.
So Leslie needs this game to qualify. Leanne cannot qualify. So Leslie needs it too.
Well, got the bowl on a good line right down here. Is it going to get to the counting bowl? Oh, desperately unlucky. Will drop 3 shots, but actually was only a bowl away from getting a perfect result to sit on one of those counting bowls or the shot bowl.
So Leslie was defeated by Claire Hendra and also Christine Buchanan.
Well, that's a good section when Claire Hendra, blackjack.
Yes.
Christine Buchanan, more than accomplished player from down in the south. So they're more than competent players. Those the 2 losses. So
so she's had 2 losses, so she needs this one and the next one to qualify. And Leanne Watson, unfortunately, cannot qualify, but she'll be out here and looking to be a spoiler for Leslie McClendon. As we see Leslie deliver the jack, and that's because Leanne overthrew the jack. It went into the ditch. So Leslie can now throw the jack or deliver the jack to her length. And this is Leanne Watson here on her forehand.
So Leanne Watson, very well-known player out of the Kensington Club in Whangarei. Now we saw that last game, Alex, that ditch hand, the cruelness of it and the generosity of it if you get it, it right. It's so on the backhand is the Royal Oak player. Far more natural line to the jack on that backhand side. Coming down now towards the centre line, will come down towards the jack. Feeling just going to get a touch past the jack. That's a good opening bowl, especially after dropping a 3 on the opening end. She was just unlucky with her first bowl on that end. So Watson on her forehand. We think that on that hand, think that would be under the line, and it is. It will disappear now unless it gets the jack, but won't. So now's the opportunity for Leslie McClendon to actually really put the pressure on. A chance of regaining that 3 early on. She's going to be under the head here on the backhand. Needed to be out a few bowls wider on the draw, but still may count. And will count. Jack low on that. We'll see now whether Leanne Watson stays on this. She's going to stay on that forehand side. got it out on the wide side, but I don't think it'll come back from there.
It might try and turn.
It'll be the weight that will kill it.
Trying. Yeah, just the weight, wasn't it? If the slightly less weight, that certainly would have come back.
The danger with this hand, Alex, is there's nothing wrong with the hand, but you don't want to spend too many ends trying to fight the hand to try and find where the comfort spot on it. Because if you look at this other hand, you can see it's just got that nice natural draw towards the centre line in the jack. You don't have to try and find your way to the centre line. And I think she's got to change her hand here.
Just asking the situation. Selena having a good look. 2.5 down,
2 measure.
she says.
So she's saying you're literally 3 down.
That's how you have to. That's how you interpret that, isn't it?
And now changing her hand, Leanne Watson, to her backhand side. She's played down on her forehand, her previous bowls. Now going to the backhand side. This is a good line too. This is going to cut something out for sure. And no, it won't. That pulled up.
Agonisingly short. You can see there the spread of the bowls, those 4 dark blue bowls.
I'll go for 2, Alex. Oh, I don't know. But we'll see what happens to this bowl of McClinton's. Good thing for her that she's going to score and retrieve.
Great way to bounce back from dropping a 3.
She either retrieves all of the 3 or part of the 3, and this will count for sure. So that means that there's definitely 3.
I think that's a 4 there. I'm so confident I'm going to put 4 on the scoreboard. Although now I look at it from this angle, I think maybe it's only 3, Kev. So I've possibly jumped the gun there. We'll see. So 1, 2 conceded at least.
Let's get the tape out, ladies.
Yeah, just go the dark blue bowl and then around them. It may only be the 3.
Now, don't forget, please, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa Hub, and all of the updates of the rounds this morning will be up there.
Yes, they are there. So
3 is the call.
Jump the gun, Alex.
0-all.
Typical. So there you go. The results are on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. And the reason we try and refrain from giving specific results during section play of this event is that there are literally about 300 or 400 teams or players, which means that every round there's 150 or so games, and once you start mentioning one game, people expect you to mention the other, and if we mentioned all the games, it's all we would talk about is the results. So during post section we try and bring you results, but otherwise please just have a look at the Bowls Hub Aotearoa platform, and that is where you'll be able to find results from your specific club members or people that you specifically want to follow. It's reasonably simple. You can have a look when you go there. There's an entries tab if you want to look at the individuals, so you can go to entries and I think, how's Kevin Hickland going? I scroll down to K, click on your name, and then I can see all the games that you've played in that round. So reasonably simple to use, and it's the best place to go during section play to find results. During post section we'll try to bring some more results to you on the broadcast. Now, Jack redelivered there, Kev, to a long length.
Yeah, it was far shorter than that from the original delivery. And the other thing as well, Alex, it's another reason why, especially with the singles, to try and give update results and statuses, etc. With there being, well, I won't call it buys, but because we bowl and mark, so to speak, round by round, it changes around. So it's just better to wait until all the results are up there, and you can go to the ladder and then clearly see what the status is.
Absolutely. So this Leanne Watson here on her forehand side.
Some very zealous lawnmower man around the area somewhere.
Yeah, it's been going for a long time.
He's in full flight, isn't he? So here is Leslie McClendon. It's going to be grossly under the head here.
Oh, she set that one up.
Tomorrow, of course, we will have around the greens of Christchurch post-section play in the men's pairs, of which there was they lined up with 280 odd. I've got the exact numbers here in my little book.
Well, yeah, keep
we
running.
had 238 men's pairs line up yesterday at the start of a section play, and the qualifiers have come through from there, and 96 in the women's singles, and all of those will complete their section play or qualifying rounds today, and then tomorrow we're into the knockout phase of both the women's singles, the blue ribbon singles, and that of the men's pairs. And for those zealous punters, you can go onto the TAB website, and there are some betting options on the TAB betting options and odds on the TAB website.
They'll be available this evening after the post-section draw has been produced, because it will include, of course, the post-section teams and players in the book, and then it'll be closed before play starts tomorrow, and then opened again at the
After
completion
that
of play
completion,
when we're down to your quarters and semis.
So this end really got the spray gun out a bit. This looks a bit of line from Leslie McClendon, but how's the weight? How far is it going to run through? And, well, she's holding one.
Yeah, I would say she's holding one, but there's room here.
Oh, there's quite a bit of room on that, especially on that forehand side, Alex. It's got the ball out on a good arc.
I think very close here from Leanne Watson.
Yeah, it looks like the shot to me. That'll be a toucher. That's a shot for sure.
Lovely bowl.
You know, that's a very colourful shirt that Selena Goddard's got on at present. I think it's the one where her and Taylor Bruce just recently went to Singapore.
Yes, a brand new club opened in Singapore.
Yeah. And there's a tournament there, and both Taylor and Selena were invited over to it. And I'm pretty sure that the shirt you see the marker wearing is the commemorative shirts that they were retired with to play in that particular event just in the last couple of weeks ago.
Some lovely photos coming through from there when they were playing in that tournament. I think it was the inaugural tournament or the opening event for that bowling club.
It was a pretty spectacle location, wasn't it? It was
absolutely beautiful.
Resort-like.
Yeah. Look at this. Well, you had to hold a little bit, but a good enough first bowl. And Leslie McClendon now on her forehand side. Entered out of Royal Oak Bowls, but plays her bowls from the Bridge Park Bowling Club, whose shirt she is wearing in the Bridge Park Bowling Club, situated next to a tennis club and down the bottom of the hill from there's a mountain somewhere. It's Mangere Bridge.
Yeah, there is.
Down the bottom of the hill.
Mangere Mountain.
And some good bowlers come through there. Bridge Park. At the moment, the recently completed Twilight Bowls League, Teo Tarua and Taiki both play out of the Bridge Park Bowling Club, and in times gone by, names like, I know the name of Mary Wakefield, who played indoor for New Zealand, which is why she's in my mind, but she played out of the Bridge Park Bowling Club as well. And when you look on the honours board, she features.
Yeah, lovely club there, nestled under the mountain over at Mangere Bridge. But Royal Oak and Mangere Bridge have got a pretty good association between the two, I believe, Alex, don't they? They sort of mix and mingle a bit.
Yeah, it's good. So we see Leanne on the forehand.
And as Alex and I have spoken about in the commentary this morning, that side of the rink, it's got a huge big draw on that hand. That's well played. Going to go by though. You got to get it pretty exact down that side of the ring. It's a lovely draw. But you just have to make sure that you've got it right.
Selena making absolutely certain.
Selena's doing quite a bit of. This is one down.
One down, she says.
Oh, one up. Sorry.
To that bowl. I like that Selena doesn't use the finger measuring system, just trusts her eyes.
She's gone right around a couple of times, isn't she?
On the forehand. Needs it to hold, has done so. Good bowl. May still be one down to that bowl that we see to the left of our screen. That sits at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock to the jack, and Leanne's going to play on her forehand, which is to our left on your screen. See if she can make it within that space.
Needs to start breaking now towards get under that bolt and sit and stay. And it will do at jack level. Oh, fell out.
Still should be holding.
Still should be shot, that bolt.
It's important that Leslie gets this right.
Well, it's got us certainly out on a nice arc out there now. It will come. You'll see how quickly it dips away from there. And it just...
Great try, but just running through. And it's going to be 1.5, I would say.
I would say definitely the jack level bowl one. There we go. There's a good overview of it. And I'd say the jack level bowl is shot.
Well, we're looking at it. Going to be a measure. So we'll just take this opportunity while we're waiting for the measure to happen to remind people that on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, our social media page, there is a huge photo album on our Facebook page which features 15 of the 18 host clubs, Kev, and people there. So I would hazard a guess that most of the people playing in the Nationals have had a photo taken of them. So if you're looking for someone, or if you're a participant and you're, for whatever reason, sitting back and watching the broadcast, be this on a replay or whatever, have a look on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. Go to that album, tag anyone you know, and please feel free to share them, because a bit of effort's gone into visiting 15 of the 18 clubs, Kevin. That effort's continuing as the rest of the days progress, so you may as well go have a look and see what you can find.
And Jack's been lost into the ditch. Yeah, certainly there's been activity around the clubs, lots of photos taken, lots of action photos, lots of human photos, and
yeah, it's great. Julie's done a fantastic job with the camera. I think this has been... Oh, I thought it was going to go into the ditch as well. Successfully delivered. We'll just see there. It's going to be one to Leslie McClendon in the end by the looks. 5-3 the score.
6-3 on the board, I note. Just saw Selena see that board. That's very wide out on that hand from Leanne Watson. Checking whether that was in or out. I think it was delivered very
just in. And a couple. Nope. What are we doing, Alex? Who played the first bowl, Kev?
Yeah, well, that's got me confused as well. Because
I got the board the wrong way round. Maybe it's 6-3 to Leanne instead of Leslie.
I think they have.
Just get a zoom in on the scoreboard and double check that.
Because I just looked at when the first bowl was played then, and I thought, and I saw Selena do the board, and I thought, well,
Yeah, other way around.
that's not quite right.
Sorry to any McClendon fans, but the score is 6-3 to Leanne Watson over Leslie McClendon in this race to 21.
So on the backhand is the Royal Oak player. Certainly got it out on that wider arc that we've spoken about throughout on this particular rink today. Now it will start to work back towards the centre line. It'll keep coming back all the way. He's going to finish low though.
Guy doing the lawn must be doing a very, very large lawn, I would suggest. It feels like it's being...
Yeah, it's certainly been going a while, Alex, hasn't it? He's certainly, he or she is certainly putting the hours in on the mower.
Look at this.
There's
Going to
the
pick
jack.
it up.
Must get a touch on the jack.
Good ball.
Got a touch on it. That's certainly one, maybe two. So now McClendon. Strangely now though, she changes the hand onto the forehand side. Come through the port. Yeah, I was playing with a whole lot of weight. That was...
I have no idea what she was going for there.
No, that was sort of a wonderment shot. I couldn't...
Well, you're still 2 down, right? So look at the head. You're still 2 down. So I don't know what was happening. That's okay. Leanne Watson looking to put another bowl in. Maybe it looked different from the players in, Kev.
Well, it might have, but it just seemed a bit of a rash shot.
If we
Leanne
look-
Watson, plenty of room here.
If we look from the players' end, Leslie's bowl looks a lot closer than it actually is. So maybe she thought, well, I can hit my bowl, but there's no future with weight here on the forehand.
You heard Selena 3 down. That certainly wasn't a drivable head.
I don't think Leslie realised she was 2 down. I think she thought she was 1 down and could punch her short bowl in. So just maybe a misunderstanding of the head there, but under a bit of...
Needs to be careful here because you can quickly go 9-3 down. Running at the jack.
Okay.
9-3
9-3 the score.
And also, Alex, running at the jack on that particular hand is a very, very hard shot because of that movement off there. You've got to go, if you're going to play it, you're going to have to drive it because otherwise it's, the variation, the margin of error is just too great.
Yeah, a little surprising decision there.
Well, it's also about so important, as all the good singles players know, Alex, it's also about scoreboard management as well. Where second shot does become the most important shot in the book.
Yeah.
9-3, you need it to qualify, and you're certainly putting early match pressure on yourself. At this stage of the game, you're trying to get second shot, whatever, you can't score every end.
Yeah, and you've got to 21 points, so there's time. There's a bit of time here. So I think Leslie just settle herself down a little bit. We know it's an important game for her. She needs to win this one and the next one to qualify. 9-3 is fine, but in the situations that we saw on the previous end, perhaps she might just be thinking to herself, well, maybe I should just draw to save here. If it doesn't look like it's an easy attacking shot, maybe just draw to save and then make up for it a bit later on. So on the forehand,
needs to get the back of the jack, got the back of the jack and slid by.
and Watson on her forehand. Giving herself a very nice arc with this bolt. Should come
Certainly
back.
is. It should come back towards the middle and will do so. Sits jack level. That's well played from the Northland player.
Really impressive stuff there.
In the Kensington club. One of the strong clubs of the North and a very good supporter of the sport as well. There are always a lot of things go on at Kensington.
Have they just celebrated their centenary?
Yes, they did. Getting at the jack. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. Just only a few weeks back, I think, was their centennial.
Well, congratulations on them for to them for reaching that milestone. So a few clubs coming up to their centenary year. Kev, quite a few clubs started in the 20s after World War One.
Oh,
I know Paratutu was
very important one coming up, and
that was a lovely segue, wasn't it?
a very important one coming up early next year, yeah, for sure. It's a great Paratutu club, and boy, you could if the days gone by, you could write a book about the Paratutu club and the history from within that club and some of the real champions that they've had. Dave Baldwin, Ken Murder, Bruce Ballinger. And the Jack just going to slide through. Yeah, the Paratutu Club, Alex, in those days of the late 70s, 80s, they used to have, in the Taranaki Open Fours, they used to have in excess of 30 teams in the Taranaki Open Fours. Yeah,
Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, they did.
Look at this here. That's 4 really well played bowls from Leanne Watson.
This is where
Leslie in a bit of trouble here.
Well, she's got to start concentrating on second shot, not trying to get some drawing rhythm going. Otherwise, she'll very, very quickly face a big mountain.
It's a good line.
So it's out on the draw line. Is it going to come under, though? It will.
So you didn't quite have the weight there, and we'll see a number go to Leanne Watson, who's playing very well in this game.
Well, it's a good. It was 4. I heard Selena call that back to the players.
So it was 4, was it?
That sounded from my end. That's certainly what the indication that I got from Selena was, that it was the marker, that it was 4.
(13-3) in the race at 21. And you want to make hay while the sun shines if you're Leanne Watson. She's playing well and has got off to a strong start, so she'll just want to try and finish it off.
That's a good opening bowl.
Good bowl. Opting for the forehand side, so thinking that's a slightly easier side kind of hand to play, which is correct from Leslie McClendon.
Well, she really, Alex, Leslie's really got to start to get into a drawing format, otherwise this will very, very quickly just disappear.
He just hasn't quite found a line of length yet, whereas we've seen Leanne settle down very quickly in this match. There we go.
There's another good bowl coming in here from the Northlander.
Lovely shot.
Got a touch on the jack. The Kensington club, very strong club. It's a very good club in the north, Alex. They used to have very good Easter tournament. Was very, very well attended. Their Easter tournament.
Had some good results. They won the Diane Strawbridges from the Kensington club, isn't she? And they,
yes.
I'm sure, were successful in the New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours in 2023 last year. Her team was successful in that, so she'll be. I'm sure the club was very proud of them.
And Muir.
Yes, yeah, another. I mean, how could we forget Anne, a Bowls New Zealand Life member? Oh, and on that note, Anne won the New Zealand Pairs when she was president of Bowls New Zealand.
With Carolyn Crawford.
Because we were talking when Phil Hewella was in the final of the Open
Correct,
Disability
we were.
Pairs. And we forgot about Anne Muir, which is not something I thought I would ever do. But Anne, won the New Zealand Pairs when she was the president. I knew she had been both, but I didn't know it was at the same time. So it had happened before, and she came out victorious on that occasion.
Richard Gervin and I called that game, and I'll leave it to others to do a bit of research of who they actually played in the final. And let's just say it was an upset, so to speak. And Anne and Carolyn only really got together to play for the first time, I think, with that Nationals. In fact, I had the pleasure of going up and speaking at the Kensington Club. Both Marlene and myself went up. We got invited up, and they did a This Is Your Life program.
Cool.
Anne Muir. And Anne knew nothing about it whatsoever. The girls had taken her out for tea somewhere. They said, "Oh, look, we better pop in the bowling club, pick something up or do something." And Judy, they did, and here was the whole clubhouse full at Kensington. And they did This Is Your Life program for Anne Muir, which was
that's fantastic.
Yeah, it was great. It was a pleasure and an honour to be there to speak at Anne's honouring by her own, so to speak.
Having a nibble.
Oh, I'm sorry that.
And the game in danger of being a short one, to be honest, Kev.
Very much so, and I just about asked us. We've got an early booking on the plane. It's just, as you know, Alex, in singles, if you can't find your way, you don't try and sort of. You've got to get back into drawing. You can do a drawing phase because with first 21, ends don't count.
Yeah, there's a lot of time in getting to 21 points, so it shouldn't really be panic stations time, but it's beginning to feel like it might be. So it'll be interesting to watch this game and see if Leslie can get herself back into contention.
And this is where I'm not saying you have it at the Nationals, but if we're talking about in the provincial and international, this is where your coach can play your rink coach can play such a big part.
Yeah, really helpful. Yeah, absolutely. So 15-3 the score. Selena Goddard, the marker for this match, makes her way up to the other end, awaiting the jack delivery.
And of course, Selena, in a couple of weeks' time, she'll be in the Trans-Tasman. Of course, it's the same side as the World Bowls women's side that was the World Bowls. That'll be played at Nainai, and also, of course, the men. And we've seen the recall back in the New Zealand side of both Shannon McElroy and Ellie Forsyth back in that New Zealand side, and the men's and ladies' development side are playing as well, and the paras as well. That's correct?
That's correct, yeah. It's going to be a really exciting few days at that Trans-Tasman. First time we've had a Trans-Tasman on this side of the ditch in 4 or 5, maybe even 6 years, Kev.
It's a while.
Really looking forward to that, and as a New Zealander, I hope that we have the greens running as quickly as possible and that the wind turns itself on, and we'll see what the Australians do then, but that won't be the case. It'll be a bit more playable. I just find it amusing to see Australians in those conditions, but looking forward to the event nonetheless.
I think the last Trans-Tasman was actually here.
It was at Burnside, yeah.
The last
and it
one,
was maybe, it may have even been 2014 or 2018, because there was Anzac centenary of the...
Correct.
Something Anzac-y, I recall.
Yes, it was, because there was an Anzac thing before the...
Was it 100 years from Gallipoli or something?
Something. There was an Anzac ceremony on the first day.
Yeah, I recall that. So good to have it back on this side of the ditch, and New Zealand will be, keen to continue that rivalry that we've had.
And I see in the Australian side they've recalled Van Elden, the very prominent Australian ladies player. And
There's been a few changes on the Australian side, hasn't there?
Yes, there has.
Some movement. We saw the retirement of
Lindsay Clark.
Thank you.
After many years, number of years in the Australian side.
Barry Lester's retired as well. Oh, got a snick of the jack.
Well, of course, that tournament that Selena and Taylor went to over in Singapore, he was like the touring MC for that tournament. He was there.
Right.
I think he's found a little promotional niche, I think, in the bowls market.
Good on him. See this bowl. This is a disappointing bowl here for Leanne Watson. She won't be pleased with that. She would have, when you're in a situation where you're 15-3 up and your opposition's struggling a bit, you really want to make hay while the sun shines because you don't know when they're going to switch it back on.
You've got to put as many as possible on the jack because psychologically that you've sort of got them on the back foot. Trying hard
this
here.
Is close here.
Trying hard to get shot here.
Well
played.
That's a brilliant shot from Izzy McClendon.
Touch shot. Now.
Maybe exactly what she needs, right?
Totally.
She's just been struggling that little bit.
Totally.
It's a brilliant bowl there to get on to 4. We will see a very different jack length now. It may be that the mat's pulled up.
I hope she goes mat back and goes to 2 metres.
Yeah, we'll see something change. Something has to change here. So a different,
we'll see how far she delivers this jack because she's been struggling she's been certainly struggling with consistency to find a line and weight. So delivering the jack now, we'll see how far deep down on the rink that she goes. Now you also know, Alex, that one of the dangers of these as well is you can play what I've always termed as that suicide length. It was not short, not long, it sits in between. And it can be challenging to get that weight and green right. So let's see now whether, after scoring that single, whether Leslie McClendon can start pulling this deficit back in the race to 21.
She needs to change something here, so having the jack is helpful. Well, she said, it's an okay first bowl.
That's not a bad opening bowl. It's going to finish jack level.
You can see that she felt the weight. The weight was correct, so she's learnt the weight from the delivery of the jack and
ran away about a metre, but that's fine. And Leanne Watson staying on that backhand, the swinger as we'll call it, and it's only going to depend on the weight here. The line out there is pretty good out on that big arc. And there you are. It'll come back right back to the centre line. And see how quickly it just
passed a little.
It just goes really quick.
You're running nicely. Oh, also I was talking to Jamie Ferris, who's the greenkeeper here at Burnside and does a fantastic job. And
Certainly does.
I was talking to him about the bit of information or misinformation that I've been saying in regard to when if a green is 16 seconds or over, the bowls tend to sit down more often than not. And he told me with confidence that I was right, and that I was absolutely correct, and that the bowls do sit down more often when it's 16 seconds or over. So Mark Noble, if you're listening, and you can't contradict me because we don't have you on the commentary today, so it may or may not be part of the plan. Jamie Ferris, who's the greenkeeper here, said that was a bit of correct information, and that they tend to stand up when it's slower than 16 seconds, and they tend to fall down when it's faster than 16 seconds. In general, Kev.
And he would know, Jamie would know, such an experienced greenkeeper that he is.
As far as I'm considering, that's the final word on the matter.
So for those who don't know, Jamie Ferris, the greenkeeper here, moved down here from Gisborne East Coast area. And the long-standing greenkeeper here moved up to Nelson, to the Stoke Club. But Jamie has continued the fine work of the greens here.
This is interesting, Kev. Sorry, she's on the back end, Leanne Watson, and that wouldn't be the instinctive side to play, would it?
No, it would not.
With that blue bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack.
Because you can see what's going to happen, can't you? And, well,
Just didn't feel like the instinctive shot to play.
no, it did not. Because
surprised.
there's a natural draw port down between the two.
On the left side as we see
and
it,
the turquoise bowls.
Aquamarine. Light blue.
Light blue. Right, okay.
Rightio.
Well, that's simple. Everyone understands light blue then. So we've got light blue and dark blue.
I'm not even going to say it. Here we go. So we watch this bowl.
Well, it comes past us on the draw, can actually, or under there, can actually draw a counter, and will do. I'd say just depends how lower the jacket actually is, because the camera angle's different to our angle, but from ours it does look like 2, as the players endeavouring to try and win that 4 out of 6 in the women's singles to qualify for post-section play tomorrow.
Persisting on the backhand side. And she's nailed it. Well, what do I know? Fair enough. Fair enough. Great shot. Didn't look like the natural shot to play to me, Kev, but she's absolutely nailed that.
That was actually an outstanding shot.
Brilliant bowl.
To play, I'm going to play up to that bowl.
You could argue that that was far more difficult than just drawing it on the forehand.
Totally it was.
It comes down to what you feel you can execute, and Leanne has played that absolutely magnificently and scored the shot. So 16-4 now the score in this race to 21. It's a very impressive bowl. And delivering the jack to quite a long length, the mat on the 2. And it may continue.
And just stayed up.
Oh, it's just going to stop.
So Jack's placed on the 2 metre mark. And Leanne Watson on a forehand will play that ditch hand. Now remembering, for those who are watching earlier on, the Dallas Hoskin, who was playing that hand as well in the previous game, only had a size of 1.5 bowls. So
yeah, a bit more aggressive turn, isn't it?
So I'm picking that Leanne Watson is either playing with, let's say, a 3 or a 4. Now that means then that you don't have to go out as wide and get that weight line back to the centre line.
Yeah, not going to be quite as dramatic. And this is a good bowl here from Leslie McClendon. She'll be happier with that. It's settling down now. And probably felt like she was going to score on the last end too. I mean, Leanne Watson had to play such a good bowl to get the shot.
On that swinger, that's a very hard shot. So here she is, the Kensington player. Well, this is going to depend on weight. Looks quick on the way down and is going to zip past.
It's landing in the ditch there. On the forehand again. Leanne Watson. That's a lovely bowl. Great correction. And this is Leslie McClendon. Lovely line. When's it going to turn back into the jack? Just see slightly overplayed there, but a handy bowl staying up on the rink. Leanne looking to make it 2. Willing a little feather even off this front bowl. Oh, not quite. So Leslie, 1 down on the head, 16-14 down on the card. Really will want to draw the shot here. It's a swinging hand off the ditch, so that line should be about right. It's just not going to make it. Not going to make it. And we're going to see Leanne Watson score another point and go to a 17-4 lead here. She races towards the finish line in this game, and this race to 21 points. Not beyond the realms of possibility, but looking unlikely for Leslie McClendon to be able to mount a comeback here, Kev.
Well, Leanne Watson, in fact, is now in a position, I'm not saying it's going to happen straight away, but she's in a position to go out. She's got to that point where you can go out.
On her backhand. One more game of section play to be broadcast on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel after this match. As we see this first bowl just stay in.
Well, I just went past the 2 metre mark. And I thought when McClendon scored before, I thought that she might have taken that 2 metre option. I just think it's the best way to find. I've always felt it's the best way to find your way back into a game, Alex. It's just.
Something's happened there. I think Leslie's been dive bombed by a.
Dive bomb, Lizzie's, but a flying insect is.
Well, that's not good.
It went in her eye, I thought. Was that
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
That's not good at all. I hope Leslie's okay.
So on the backhand is the Kensington player.
Oh, that's not ridiculous. Bowls is a ridiculous game because for Leslie, she's been struggling to find the rink. When she has found it, she's either got unlucky or her opposition has played a better bowl, and now she's been attacked by a flying insect. And you sometimes just think, like, well,
What
do I have to? Yeah, what do I have to do here? So we'll just await. The continuation of this game or not, perhaps. We'll just wait and see. But in the meantime, our thanks do go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust for their support of this event. Much appreciated, along with all the other trusts and sponsors and commercial partners, etc., that assist not only Bowls New Zealand but also bowling centres and bowling clubs around the country.
Oh, so it's good. Here she is. She's back on the green.
Oh, that's pleasing.
But definitely had some.
I think she was dive bombed by something.
There was definitely some insect that decided to pay her a visit. So on the forehand is the Royal Oak player. And will she have the weight to get all the way down? Don't think so. Will slip by. Will run away to still jack low, but the bowl, the dark blue bowl, directly in front of the jack. That will certainly be the shot bowl. Leanne Watson now quickly into her work on the forehand. Leading 17-4. And remember, Leslie McClendon needs this win to stay alive with a chance of qualifying for post-section play. Otherwise, it's au revoir to knowing, of course, that Leanne Watson cannot qualify.
Yeah, and I mean, bowls is a funny game, and the pressure going into this game, Leanne Watson would have been thinking, well, I can't qualify. You know, I'm just playing just for the enjoyment of my bowls and no other reason. Leslie needs it to qualify. The pressure's quite different. And how often do you see that in bowls? You know?
Oh, it's people just go out, they're relaxed, they're not concerned about things, and thus playing a just relaxed environment. And so often, you're right, we see this happen.
Well, particularly in meat pack tournaments, you get to that last game, and the last thing you want to hear, if you're a team that's had a good day, the last thing you ever want to hear is you go, "Oh, how have you been going?" They go, "Oh, no good."
Haven't had a win yet. 1-1.
The worst thing they could possibly say is that they haven't had a win yet, because invariably that's the game that you end up losing. And it feels like everything they play turns into magic and everything you play doesn't. And I think we're going to see aggression here.
Oh, well, I think she's going to look for the jack.
I don't mind aggression. I'd play it on my backhand, I think, which is to the right as we see it.
Definitely, it's a back. It's a back. Oh no, she's not playing on the forehand.
Oh, if she connects, it's fine. So let's just keep an eye on it. She's close. She's close. Jack in the ditch. Good shot. Very good shot there. She just gave herself the smallest possible target and has absolutely nailed it. Hopefully she has the shot. Selena's looking at it as if she might be one down. That would be not good. Oh no, yeah, she's got one.
Up it goes, 17-5. She's giving a cheer and a clap to somebody on the sideline. I along with you, Alex,
I thought the backhand was.
So did I. I thought the backhand was the natural. Now looking to see if it's one or two or none or. So taking that one out. That's been conceded as a shot. Now we'll go.
We'll watch a replay in a second. We'll watch it now actually, and then they'll have decided by then. So let's watch this. On the backhand or on the forehand side, we have another angle for the replay. I feel like I'm in the cricket asking for another angle.
It certainly looked the more challenging way to get to the jack, but she got the jack. Leslie got the jack clean.
Yeah, she'll be pleased. And I think it was just the one in the end.
So playing that pretty much well. There it is. It's a metre out from the 2 metre mark.
And the mat pulled up a little bit.
The mat's been pulled up.
So after this bowl's come to rest, we'll just watch Leslie's shot again. It's essentially to keep her in the match. She was 17-4 down, 2 down on the head, and played this shot here on the forehand. Here we go. Yeah, fair play to her. Why not? It worked. Call it a success, and 5-17 she trails now on the race to 21.
The other thing though, Alex, when I looked at that replay, she did, even on that forehand, get quite a swing.
It's still turned.
In the last 6 feet, it's still got a lot of swing back towards the jack. So is this a confidence booster for the Royal Oak player? She's had a good opening bowl, just sitting jack level, now going past with a second.
Yeah, 2 good bowls.
It sits just on the 2 metre mark, so she'll be happy with those 2 opening bowls, trailing 17-5 in the race to 21. And ends, you never run out of ends, just run out of numbers. That's all you run out of. On the forehand now is the Kensington player, Leanne Watson. And
this is intriguing, isn't it? This feels like an end where Leslie McClendon could score a number. That's 2 very loose bowls from Leanne Watson to open this end with.
Well, your concentration now really, Alex, is I'm going to nail this. I'm going to get this literally right on the jack. And that really puts the pressure on this 3rd bowl of Leanne Watson. So down it comes towards the jack. Will need to start stopping, but will still count.
Well, she's holding 3. So Leanne has had 2 very loose bowls, and she's got 2 bowls to salvage, leading 17-5. But you don't really, if you're in Leanne's shoes, you don't really want to have a break of an end or 2, because you could blink and suddenly your opposition could be in double figures.
This will disappear because that's well under the line.
She could drop a 4 here.
Well, there's every chance that she'll drop a 4 because there's been absolutely no consistency on this particular end of line or weight from Leanne Watson. So Leslie McClendon She's got an opportunity here. That's a nicely arced out. It comes down towards the centre line. This will certainly count for sure.
And look at this here. She's sitting with 4. They've got the 3 scattered bowls at the back. This is a big, I mean, that's a big end, really. You could, Leslie at the moment is sitting 9 points, 9-17. That's a lot different to 5-17.
Oh, psychologically, it just sort of gives you that boost, doesn't it? And it's got it. So got the bowl out on a pretty good line, but it's going quick, Alex.
She needs to get a bit of luck here.
Needs to sit on something, not going to.
Wow. I don't even know.
Might cut one out. Might cut the very front one out.
It's staggering stuff, really. You got 4 bowls that just didn't want to stop, and Leslie's put 3 at least inside that, so she's
that came from nowhere.
Got couldn't have more momentum, really. Put the jack in the ditch, has picked up a 3.5 here. Needs this game to qualify, remember, so I mean the comeback feels like it's on, to be honest.
Looks like the 3's been agreed to. 17-8 in the race to 21.
Look at that, the mat right up.
Mat's right up. Yes, it is right up. And endeavour to deliver the jack down towards the 2 metre mark.
Needs it to get near the 2 metre mark because she hasn't given herself a huge amount of.
There's not a lot of break between.
That's how much room she's got to move. I mean, it doesn't really. It might be up. I can see 1, 2, 3 chalk marks.
Well, it's a very short
2
end,
chalk
Alex.
marks.
With that mat up, this is a very short end.
I'd suggest it's incredibly close to not being up, but no one's challenged it, so the players therefore play. And fair play here from Leslie McClendon, who's totally changed the dynamic of the game by pulling the mat up and throwing a very short end, and it feels like the momentum's sitting with her at the moment.
Can a market, I've seen it happen in regards to the rules, where a marker's questioned the length.
My understanding was that they couldn't, but I'm not an umpire. So
yeah, because I have seen it happen, and I just
a marker is neutral, which we know from
correct.
yesterday, which means that the neutral marker means if a bowl encroaches in your rink as a marker and it's going to hit one of your bowls, because you're a neutral object, you can't lift a bowl up, you have to throw it back. So in the same way, I'd expect a marker couldn't challenge the length of it.
Yeah.
Although we have become a bit more relaxed, and it's probably worthwhile saying this for the benefit of the viewers, the bowling viewers who may be tuning in. For a very long time, markers were instructed to answer questions, only answer questions that were asked. So, for example, if I was a player and you were a marker, Kev, and I said, is my bowl touching the jack, and you could see a cigarette's paper worth of light between it, your answer would be no, and you didn't have to quantify that, even though I'd clearly be asking to understand if the jack was going to move or not. Nowadays, markers are allowed to just add a little bit of context to the answers. So if I asked you, is my bowl touching the jack, you would say no, but there's about a millimetre's gap.
Correct.
And I don't have to ask that second question. So just a bit of common sense has been brought into what we expect from markers nowadays.
So here's McClendon holding shot again. Coming down towards the centre line now. Is it going to get to the jack?
Look at this.
Touch on the jack here. Now that's a straight line target.
That's a beautiful shot.
That holds 3. Now all of a sudden,
she's on fire.
All of a sudden we could see a big turnaround. And
this is what the players can see. The jack's been hoofed to the left as we see it. Ducked in behind. Unbelievable scenes here, Kevin.
Well, it's a hard head to play to because it's just it's like a one bowl target, so to speak. All the bowls are in a line, in a straight line. So what can Leanne Watson do here? Trying hard, but will go by. Well, here's a chance to hold 4 with a bowl to come.
You could stay on your forehand here.
Most definitely.
Yeah. There we go. This is very exciting. We're turning into a very exciting game with Leslie McClendon threatening a comeback. All spawned from that jack in the ditch moment. And sitting with 4, she's got 4.
Well, this is a difficult head, really, for Leanne Watson to play to get a reduction, because we know, Alex, that the margin of error down that side of the rink, as you can see there, it's got weight on that coming all the way.
When's it going to turn?
Oh, close.
When's it going to turn?
But might pay.
She's found the gap. Oh, goodness gracious me.
That's what we're talking about on that ditch hand, Alex, where the margin of error is so small because it will just disappear off you. And I think that was 4 pretty quickly conceded there. And if that's the case, we're at 17-12. What a big change around. It was. There we go. 17-12.
12-17. A comeback. The comeback is on. Leslie McClendon requiring this game to stay in the hunt for qualification.
Well, that gives you the boost, Alex, to say, right, I'm not out of this, isn't it? I'm
just
right in it.
Jagging the ditch and scored a 4. Leslie will be feeling like she's got every chance in the world of continuing that scoring run.
Oh, is this jack up? Oh, no one's questioning it. That mat's quite a distance up, Alex, and I'm looking out the window here, and
yeah,
that's still quite away from the 2 metre mark, but they're happy with it, so that's their business.
You can see there, look how far that mat's up, but that's okay. It's keeping the game very interesting. Certainly it's been helpful for Leslie McClendon to change the jack to this length, this very, very short end.
And please don't forget, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, to the Bowls Aotearoa hub there, and all of the results for the para singles, men's pairs, women's singles, round by round, they'll be posted up there. And then, of course, later this evening, the qualifiers in those respective events, they'll be all posted up on the website. And where they'll be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, the results for the men's pairs should be in by 5 or so. So if you're men's pairs, want to have a look at that, you can check it out from about 5ish, and the women's singles take a bit longer due to the nature of singles play, where just one game going the full length can delay the results coming through. But keep your eyes peeled on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. If you're in the system, you will get an email anyway if you're required to play, so it's hard not to find the information, to be honest, Kev. It's a really, really good way to communicate.
Oh, it's excellent.
Almost have to go out of your way not to understand where you're supposed to play on the next day. A bit easier than what it perhaps has been. And Leslie charging back in this game, but down on the head, so she'll want this third bowl to count.
So on the backhand, we've got the bowl out on a pretty nice arc. It'll start to work now towards the centre lines. It's going to come all the way back, trying hard. Has it got the weight to get back for shot?
I think so. I think that's holding one.
Close. Yeah, looking down. I'm just looking down over the head here, Alex, and you can see as well. I'm sure that
intriguing that she's on the forehand here. This is where you would ask your marker, where is Leslie's bowl in relation to the jack? And
which is jack low.
It's Selena to be able to tell her that it was a bowl low, which means she could have stayed on the backhand instead of playing this dangerous forehand side. Now with an opportunity to make it 2 here, Leslie McClendon
on the backhand,
charging back into this game.
Well, how's the weight here? It's going to stop to that. Yes, it will, and we'll finish jack level.
Holding 2 now.
And that will certainly count. Where we're sitting here at Burnside, it's directly below us, in fact, like just outside the window. And playing this wider hand on that forehand, Alex, it just means you've got to get that line exactly right, don't you, down to that low blue bowl. Otherwise you'll just dip away very quickly. So here she is on the forehand, the Kensington player. Well,
in the area,
coming back now.
in the area.
Well, if it sits inside and gets it in that slide.
Oh, I think she's made it 2.
Definitely 1. The Jack level bowl is definitely the shot.
It's a magic bowl played there by Leanne Watson to stymie the comeback of Leslie McClendon. I think just the 1. I think she's hung around for 1 there on her forehand side.
She runs to 18.
18-12 now. I think that's all it is.
They're still looking closely at it, Alex, from our position here, aren't they? That out comes the tape.
Oh, maybe it's just my eyes, but it looks like it's...
Well,
I'd be very surprised if there is... I'd be very surprised if that's in for 2. Nah. Watch how much. There's going to be a bit of tape left on this light blue bowl. He says with confidence. Yeah. So just the 1.
just the 1.
18-12 in the race to 21.
Yeah, I would have to concur with you there, Alex, because it certainly looked...
Feel like that was more out of hope than anything else.
Yeah, it was pretty safely looking like the 1.
Bit confused as to why the mat's been kept up here when that's the length that Leslie's been scoring at, but Leanne must feel like that's a length that she likes, although we have seen very short ends, so this one will absolutely go to the 2 metre, wouldn't it, this Jack?
Well, it might go past the 2 metre mark, Alex, and all the way into the lawn. I think it has.
Yeah, you just heard the sound.
We just heard it hit the back wall.
Hit the back wall there, so the Jack will be redelivered by Leslie, who you would expect to bring the mat up.
I'd bring it all the way up. I would.
And then throw a short Jack, which she has been successful on.
18-12, Leanne Watson of Kensington leading Leslie McClendon of Royal Oak in Auckland by 18 shots to 12 in this race to 21, knowing that the Jack did get lost by Leanne Watson. Umpire out for the tape to see whether, well, I thought they've played shorter ones than this, that they've what is it, 1
of
2,
the ends where you could have people.
So say it's 4 up from 4 up and 1, 2, 3 and a bit back the other way. So
Umpire here, David, measuring to make sure it's up or not.
it's up. If we go.
It's up, and I suspect that that's one of the longer ends we've had.
Yeah, well,
That's okay. This umpire here has had a bit to do with the Hamner Bowling Club and its revitalisation, Kevy was telling me. Which is quite exciting. Isn't it exciting to have clubs join Bowls New Zealand? We've got Hamner has joined and Turkow's back as well.
Turkow is back, absolutely.
Turkow, of course, where Ham Pirrett
I was going to
played
say,
out of.
the home of the great Ham Pirrett.
He was one of 2 men, that was a good shot, to have won the New Zealand indoor and outdoor singles titles.
Oh, he's an indoor man as well.
Gary
was
Lawson
he?
being the other one.
Yeah,
Gary won in '89 the indoor and outdoor singles, and Ham Pirrett, I always thought he won the indoor and outdoor singles in the same year, but I think he won the indoor singles in 1950, whenever it was, and the outdoor singles 1 year later.
Yeah, he was a legend, Ham Pirrett of Turkow. Yeah, great to see the Turkow Club, because the other thing, what's good about the Turkow Club starting again is it's badly needed for the county's Manukau Centre. You know, they've had a struggle the last few years with some of their clubs and membership, etc. And yeah, they've got the bigger clubs like that at Pukekohe. But some of the other clubs have been under, even like Manurewa as part of the Cosy Club. But yeah, it has been a bit of a struggle down there in counties. So let's hope that things can turn themselves around.
Yeah, great to see. I also should have mentioned Kevin Darling. It's 3 men who've won both, I think, Kevin Darling won the New Zealand indoor singles and the outdoor singles. When he won the indoor singles, that's a great bowl. He had his arm in a sling. Kevin Darling had his arm in a sling and won the New Zealand indoor singles, and he played in the final a man called John Wells, who assisted with the Commonwealth Games preparations in the 90s in Auckland. And John had fallen stepping down from a ditch in an outdoor tournament and damaged his leg. So John was crouching instead of kneeling, and Kevin had one arm in a sling, and they contested the New Zealand singles final, which I've always found quite incredible.
Yeah, the late John Wells did a fantastic job at Pakuranga. He was one of the brains behind what is now that complex at Pakuranga, and was a life member of Auckland Bowls, served on the board with myself for a number of years, and made a fantastic contribution, and was one of the forward-thinking guys that's helped to set up, which we did, the trust when Bowls Auckland bought their first hotel, and we set up the Blue Waters Trust, and of course we've got the Kimberley Trust as well. But yes, that was John and the late Trevor King from Howick. They were the two sort of brainwaves behind that on the board at the time, and the sport in Auckland owes that board around that era. They owe them a big thank you, a big gratitude, because they were the people that set Bowls Auckland up into a very, very strong financial position.
I know John had a lot to do with the creation of the Western Indoor Bowling Hall as well, in New Lynn on Portage Road.
Yes, he did.
And Leslie, I mean, she's it's every chance that this game could go right to the wire. Absolutely the player with momentum at the moment is Leslie McClendon.
And holding one here, trying to make two of it, 18-12, trying to get to 18-13. Needs to get under this bowl or sit inside it and just slip by. But we'll definitely have one.
At least one.
And we'll see whether that... well, it's interesting that
Selena's put up 2.
Already put 2 up to take it to 14.
Well, I trust Selena, so we'll put 14 on the scoreboard and see what the players think.
Yeah, I think I'd trust Selena.
Oh, 3.
Wow.
So that means it's 15, does it?
It does. One to flip over. Well, that was a big change, Alex, wasn't it?
Just an incredible fight back here from Leslie McClendon, who needs this game. She needs this game to be in a chance with qualifying. Win this game in the next one, and she's through to tomorrow. She was some ridiculous number down, wasn't she?
17-4 down?
Yeah, 17-4 was down and out. She put the jack into the ditch, drove the jack into the ditch on her forehand side, which we were surprised about.
Yeah,
we thought she might play the backhand.
Backhand drive, but got the jack cleanly on the forehand now. 18-15. And
she's been throwing short jacks, and here's another very, very short jack.
Because that maxed quite a way up, I think. I'm just looking out the window. Yeah, it is quite not quite possibly as long as some of them, but
she asked the player there. She just asked Leanne if she was happy, and Leanne went, "Yep, it's all good." So the players are quite content to play to this length, and they haven't had to measure it. They measured it once when it was a bit longer, but fair play. And Leslie McClendon, look at this, another bowl that's close. The comeback well and truly on.
Well, she's found her length, hasn't she? Right, which is a good thing. Found her hand. She's got away from the ditch hand, because now we've seen Leanne Watson having to fish around on the rink to find her comfort spot to draw shots or save shots.
On the backhand she is now.
Well, here's the chance now for Leanne Watson very early in this head to really put one close to the jack and really put the pressure on her Kensington opponent. How far is this going to run towards the jack? It's pretty handy. You're going to sit just. That's a good
Great
bowl.
stuff.
That's a good bowl. That's putting early pressure on the head.
She's finishing really well, Leslie McClendon. Got a lot of confidence, I think, from that drive shot, and we've seen her game really tighten up. She struggled in the first half.
It's out on the wide side, and I think that'll find its way back to the reduction or counting zone. No, it won't. You'll see it clearly, just slightly over the head, but
Well, it could be 1918 in a minute.
it could well be.
This game has just absolutely turned on its head. It's staggering.
And out nicely. How fast is it going to come back now for McClendon? The
Yep, good
Royal
bowl.
Oak player needs to stop now.
Another
and
good
will
bowl.
do.
Great stuff. That's brilliant.
And that's a count it over the head.
That's what you need to do. You're holding 3. And the pressure must be mounting and mounting on Leanne Watson from Bowls Kensington, who had the game in control for so long and is now only 3 up, 18-15 up against Leslie McClendon. She's not far away here.
Just going to slip
Just through
by.
the gap. It is those shorter ends, you know. Leanne's just been that sort of no more than 3 or 4 feet away.
I don't want to preempt things, but we could, after this end, have a new leader.
Yep. You want to miss wide. Leslie will be thinking, I'll just miss wide here. So draw just to the wide side. Don't want to move anything with the way the head's sitting. Leave some gaps for
Well,
Leanne.
leave some gaps is absolutely fine. And this will certainly count because it's going to finish just in line with the jack. Well, there we go.
Beautiful bowls.
There's 3 in a triangle all on top
Beautiful
of one another
bowls.
virtually. One in behind. It's a well-played head by the player from Bridge Park. Definitely holding 4 shots.
Well, risk and reward. Do you go jack in the ditch for 3 if you are Leanne Watson? You just about make it 3, wouldn't you? The jack's so short.
One could just about say, Alex, that her confidence has had a bit of a belt in the last few ends, mainly because of the length that Leanne Watson has been able to get on and control. Perhaps you better to let one go and have even if you don't get the jack, you might get reduction.
I'd be very tempted to have a fly at this. It's sometimes easier when you're under that bit of pressure as well.
Because you can be a metre overweight here and you're 4 down.
There's a game-winning shot on the backhand side to take the jack back for 3 if Leanne lands on 18. I think
Well, that's what she's looking at, isn't she?
there has to be a temptation here.
For that jack trail.
Yeah, 4 down. Oh,
Well, we'll
interesting.
soon know. Oh, that's out wide.
Down to your weight. This could be absolutely magnificent. How's the weight?
Well,
Oh.
certainly. Well, we'll cut a lot out. And Selena's pretty confident what the number is.
That's a really good bowl from Leanne. A very good bowl
She's
under
only
pressure.
going to concede 1, that's for sure. And she has now said put the tape on. And that's a great bowl from Leanne Watson because she was looking at 4 down for sure. So tape at the moment going to Leanne Watson bowl. Now we'll come around to the Leslie McClendon bowls. No, I think we could be umpiring here. So was that one taken out then?
Looked like it. So that may be 2. It may be 17, 18.
Back to... Well, that sort of silently indicated it was 3 still.
Oh, we'll wait for Selena to update the card. So look where Leslie's been placing the mat the last 5 or 6 ends. You're halfway in between the 2 metre marks, or the 2 metre mark, sorry, and she's taken it further. This
Well,
is
she
the
has.
shortest end
She's
we've
brought
seen
it.
so far.
Well,
That's-
she's got to be careful now because she needs to make sure that she's up towards the 2 metre mark on the delivery. And, well,
I mean,
Let's see. 1, 2. Well, they're happy. They're happy. I'm just counting out those numbers to the front. They're happy. So
Okay. Cool. And the comeback continues. We're just the score still 18-15, so Selena hasn't updated that yet. They did measure. They conceded one, then measured for the next shot.
So here's a good opening
How
bowl
good is this?
from Leslie McClendon, straight to the jack, gets a touch on it, moves it out to the side.
It's legal now.
It is legal now. Yes, correct, Alex.
She's moved the jack up.
So now we can see that scoreboard.
Still 18-15 on the scoreboard.
Oh.
Yeah, and with the camera zoom back out, I mean, the jack wasn't that far away from the tee. It probably was. I mean, it probably was. So Leanne Watson under all the pressure in the world now. This has been a good game to watch. It's been quite
It's
very much a game of two halves, isn't it?
Changing games, isn't it?
And it was too. It's 18-17 the score. It just shows you the difference it makes when you can settle down onto your length.
Well, got the bowl out, has McClendon. And that's where we know the results come from, but has it got the weight to get all the way down? Still coming. Yes, it will. Well played.
Great bowl.
That's certainly the shot.
Great bowl. One more game to come on after this one. Broadcast live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel from section play of the women's singles as we see Leanne Watson play
response.
A very good shot there.
Good response. Falls over, falls in. One would think that's a shot. Yes, quickly indicated there by Selena Goddard that last bowl of Leanne Watson's in behind the jack is in fact a shot. So on the backhand, we'll see Leslie McClendon go. There's one down on the head, as indicated by the marker. Oh, it's just got the weight to get all the way. No, it's not.
It's an interesting way to miss on that occasion. So Leanne just confirming she's got the shot. Remember, on 18 on the scoreboard. And Leanne will just want to get this game over and done with, eh? You know, if she
totally
put herself in her shoes, she was in control, and now she's thinking, please, can I score some points and just get this game over and done with?
You've been given a big fright at this stage of the game, so you've got to make sure that you can get some control back in the game.
Will Leslie consider a more reaching bowl here, do you think?
Well, I think she's got to reach, turn the bowl over. So, but again, it's so difficult to get that with the amount of swing you get out there. It's very difficult to sort of like pick that line. Wait. Well, it's out on a very, very good arc. Now it's coming.
She's very close here.
Here it comes.
Inside out's fine too.
Need to get a set on the inside of that bowl.
That was well played enough. She could have afforded to miss heavier than that, but it was in the area.
It wasn't far away, for sure.
Leanne Watson with this to try and get to 20. Sitting on 19. And going to be short. Very short, actually. It's not even going to come onto the screen. So wait for the one confirmed now. The mat won't be going up, will it? 19-17. The score. So 2 to go for Leanne, 4 to go for Leslie. Still feels like anyone's game. Beautiful day here at Burnside.
$19.17. And remembering that Leslie McClendon needs this win to stay alive to have a chance of post-section play. Watson out on that bankhand, on that wider swoop. Finishes low. I'm sure, though, that McClendon will go to her forehand. It's been her happy place.
Oh, she's on the backhand side.
And she is. I'm sorry, she is. And the length isn't too great, Alex, from what actually...
Not been that far increased, really, has it?
No, from what Leslie McClendon's been playing. It's not a big change of...
Had the weight right. Ish.
So here is the Kensington player with the sun sleeves on. You'll see that kick, it gets off that bank there. It's just got to judge that right.
Taking a breath, Leslie McClendon. She's fought so hard. It'd be disappointing now to lose. If you're Leslie, both of these players would be gutted to lose this game, eh?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it certainly would be. One for relinquishing the lead and one for fighting back and not quite getting there. And that's swinging across the head as well. Oh, you really pay the price on these greens if you don't take your green, Alex, don't you? It's just, it's suicide.
On the forehand, that one's come out pretty good there from Leanne Watts. You can see Leslie in the background just geeing herself up. She's got 2 bowls left.
Oh, this will count for sure. Touch and touch.
Holding the win.
Certainly is. Remembering, of course, Leslie McClendon needs this to get in a position to win that 4 out of 6. If not, she's outski.
Correct. So very important for Leslie. This third bowl on the backhand side.
Well, it's got it out
She's got
well.
the weight right.
Well, she's got it out very well. Needs to start slowing now. No, it's not. Had the right green for it. And Leanne Watson coming to have a look just to make sure of the lay of the land. For us, it looks like you can see out the window there, Alex, from your angle. Look on the camera, it certainly looks like 2.
Call it 1.5.
Okay.
As Leslie's made her way down. And Leanne opting not to visit the head in the end, so she's going to try and hold the win. She's on 19. She's going to try and hold the win at 21.
Well, all she's going to run into there is her own, which is fine.
It's a good bowl.
And it'll sit and stay, and
She's
that's
holding
definitely
the win.
2. That's definitely 2
Good
shots
shot.
there. Well played with weight to reach her bowls.
Big pressure now.
19-17, and really one would think, Alex, that Leslie McClendon's got to follow that bowl and come.
Yeah, or either hand, actually.
Try and get down through the port.
Yep, you just got to draw a second shot there. You can't, particularly if she's 3 down, you can't hit it because you just chip one out, you're still going to lose. So you want to draw a second on either hand. On the forehand's fine. Oh, Chikovich, yeah, like you suggest, Kev, reaching on the forehand's also good.
Well, there's a chance she reaches on the forehand as well, so you can dislodge that front bowl and stay there herself.
Yeah, I don't mind that with good weight, eh? Nice controlled weight. So as you go...
And you can still lay there with second shot.
You get enough of a chip on the bowl at 12 o'clock that you hang around for second, and it'll keep you alive in the game, but decisions to be made regardless, and she's game down at the moment.
Yeah, that's a shot that she's looking at. Need to take the gamble, play down through that port, trying to get to the jack. Well, that's on the draw line. You can shake hands. That won't come back on that line. So,
Well, congratulations to Leanne Watson, who's the winner of that section play game. It was a great game, really. I mean, if we saw a fantastic fight back. I think both players would have been disappointed had they lost. It was a very fair effort from Leslie McClendon. I enjoyed commentating that match, but congratulations to Leanne Watson from Bowls Kensington. Don't stray too far. We've got a game coming up between Sue Hodges and Jane Field. They're still playing, so we'll just put the time up on the screen when they'll return. But we'll be back for one more game of section play for the women's pairs here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know time's hard to let, but I've had enough.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. We've been following section play in the women's pairs today, and that continues with this game between Sue Hodges from the Tauranga Bowling Club. Although she is a dual member, you'll note she's wearing the Omokaroa Bowling Club's shirt, and Jane Field from the St Heliers Bowling Club. And it's an important match for Sue because she requires a win in this game to qualify. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined again in commentary for this final game of section play in the women's singles by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, how have you been enjoying the Nationals so far?
Oh, fantastic, Alex, to be fair. That the part that's really got me is that way how the clubs of Canterbury have entered into this whole spirit of the Nationals, the way how they've presented their clubs, their volunteers, the surrounds, the gardens, the whole. They've done an absolutely outstanding job. And, of course, we do have a record entry. And I think the format that the Nationals are now played under, the 4 out of 6 format, I think has reached the ideal format. Everyone's got a chance to qualify. They're playing on fantastic greens, and look at the weather we've got again today. We had a blemish on Sunday, but other than that, we've had absolutely outstanding weather, and looks as though we'll have a continuation of that for the last 2 days of the Nationals. So all in all, it's a great event for our sport, and I've also been delighted, Alex, with the amount of coverage that the event has got. Both with the work that's been done here, of course, with the coverage with Sky and with the Bowls New Zealand YouTube, but also with the radio media as well, where we've had plenty of radio time, and also with the print media as well. And also, which to me has been fantastic to see last 2 nights, that we've the Nationals have made their way on the TV1 News at 6, which I think that to me says a lot about the event and the organisation of it.
Yeah, and grateful we are to the news media for picking us up. But it's been a great Nationals, yes, Kevin. Looking forward to the final 2 days to come. So tomorrow's post-section will be broadcast on Sky Sport of the Open Disability Singles, and the day after that is the finals day here at the Burnside Bowling Club. And what a day that's going to be. If you're in the Christchurch area on the 9th of January, I highly recommend that you pop into the Burnside Bowling Club and watch the finals day. It's going to be a spectacle of bowls for sure, as we see Sue Hodges on her forehand side. So Jane Field can't qualify, and Sue Hodges needs this game to qualify. So that's the dynamic that we're looking at here.
Jane Field had a very tight match in her last game against the Canadian player out here. It was 21-19, 21-18 or something. She drew 3 shots on the last end to actually win the match, and if she'd been able to hold that, Jane would have stayed alive for post-section. Now, of course, Sue Hodges is a very well-performed player, formerly of Dunedin, and has had won a number of things in the Dunedin Centre. Now living up in the sunny Bay of Plenty, and is a formidable player as well in the Bay of Plenty area. So, very well-performed players. Jan Field out of the St Heliers Club in Auckland, where I think it's fair to say, Alex, they've got a fairly strong woman contingent at St Heliers. They do. And she's a very promising junior player for Bowls Auckland, is Jane Field. And if anyone out there is thinking, well, what I want to do tonight is watch a short documentary on bowls from 1994, I'm sure lots of people are. There's a documentary there's a website called New Zealand On Screen, which is an archive of a lot of New Zealand produced media, and there was a series of documentaries called First Hand that were produced by young filmmakers and documentary makers. And I think it's called Bowling Order off the top of my head. But essentially they went to St Heliers in the early 90s. Correct.
And recorded a day's bowls, a meat pack tournament day's bowls. Actually really enjoyable and interesting to see, because it's an insight into what a typical day at bowls looked like in the early 90s.
Now, I've seen a clip of that, and I can assure you, from being one of those players, that's what it was like.
Yeah.
And so an early lead for Jan Field with the pink bowls. 2 shots in the very first end. See that very nice delivery of Sue Hodges stays down, brings up. Now she'll quickly learn, Alex, as you and I both know, that if you're going to play that ditch hand, you've certainly got to be generous on the green side, otherwise you'll get penalised. So here is St Heliers player, Jan Field. Just going to dip under the line. Of course, the race to 21, and I can hear Martin and Colin behind us working very hard as results come through to make sure that they get posted up on the Bowls New Zealand Bowls Aotearoa hub, whereby you'll be able to see how the results are going as we progress into this last round of the women's singles and men's pairs. And the qualifiers will be up there as they come about. Well, there's a number of qualifiers already through in both events.
Yeah, what's good about the Bowls Hub Aotearoa is when you do click on the ladder tab, there's a line, there's like a cut line, as you would see in golf, and above the line are the qualifiers, and below the line are those who've not yet qualified or haven't qualified. So quite simple to see who has qualified, and the results will trickle through as the night goes on, and you'll be able to see who's qualified. When we have all the results, we say, here's who we think is qualified. Please let us know if you think that you have qualified and you're not on this list, and then after that we will do the post-section draw in reasonable time.
So 2 shots to Jan Field on that forehand side of the rink, playing on the ditch hand, on that wider hand.
Comes out pretty smooth, Jane, with her forehand bolt. This is nowhere near as much green as we have seen taken on that side of the rink, Kev. It's been swinging a lot, but maybe the bowls are a bit straighter because it's not hooking across like I expected to see.
Not what it was. The first game, of course, when we saw the lady playing with the size 1.5s, that made it. That exaggerated it significantly. There's a bit of a breeze out there as well. No, just a wee bit of a breeze. So we'll see whether Sue Hodges made that adjustment. Well, she had made the adjustment with the line, but not with the weight.
A quick start here to Jane Field, who's going to find herself 4-0 up in this game, remembering that she does not require this game to qualify because she cannot qualify. Sue Hodges does need this game to qualify. 4-0 in the race to 21. We've seen Sue before on the broadcast rink. I can remember commentating a game where Sue played Joe Edwards in a singles match. So that must have been a national interclub or a national intercentre.
The final national interclub. They played.
Yes, yeah, and she had a good game. I think she didn't win it on that occasion, but pushed Joe right to the end. And just recall some really good bowls from Sue Hodges. So they performed.
A very well performed player, and played representative bowls both for Dunedin and of course for Bay of Plenty as well.
Is that little speck? Is that a leaf on the screen? I think Jane Field's bowls is about to go just around
there.
it. That's interesting, isn't it?
No,
there it goes. It's moving
blown.
now. I was just wondering what it was, but that's answered that question. The one leaf that got away from the people who clean up the surrounds at the Burnside Bowling Club.
They look after it. It's meticulous, isn't it? Nothing's out of place. Everything's absolutely perfect, and I'll say that there's a lesson of what they do down here in Canterbury.
Well, they certainly set a standard, don't they?
Oh, certainly they do. No doubt about that. And of course, the big thank you as well to right throughout both the men's and ladies' singles event. Thank you to the markers. Although the players have been marking on their, like we'll call it, bye rounds, we've also had club people marking as well. And a big thank you to those people who have given their time up. Happy to come and mark because that's greatly appreciated.
It certainly adds to the event, and I mean there is that provision now in the conditions of play that if players are asked to mark, they are obliged to do so. If they are asked to mark on their bye round, they're obliged to do so. But the intention, of course, for clubs to be able to provide markers, and I think by and large that's essentially happened at this Canterbury Nationals.
That seems to have been received, and people have been doing. There doesn't seem to have been any complaints about it.
Good weight.
But again, although they're scattered, Sue Hodge would definitely like to draw a shot, I'm sure, because she's down again. And this is going to be under the line as well, and it won't hold up. Well, no, it won't hold up. It'll go by.
Just diving across there.
Out on that decent wide arc there from Jan Field. Good weight, but will it come back all the way? No, it won't.
Good line, 3 line, beautiful weight from Jane. Even those 4 bowls, Kev, look at that. The weight's pretty much perfect.
All 4 are well weighted, but there is ample room to draw the shot. So how's this bowler, Sue Hodges? Is it gone out too wide? Needs to come back now. Needs to draw it right now. It needs to draw under this bowl. And has it done enough?
Maybe a swing and a miss. I thought she had made that.
Might have cut a couple out.
I'll find out soon enough.
2. Yeah, we thought that was the call. So Jan Fielders and Hallier's Club jumped out to a quick lead, 4-0. But, look at this stage, Alex raced it pretty short in the last game. There was a big break and then it came back to being pretty good. It doesn't mean anything at this stage.
Not at this point.
Just find your way around the green and it can change quickly in a couple of ends. So with the experience that Sue Hodges had, I'm sure that she will soon work things out.
And just a congratulations looking on bowl sub Aotearoa to Mark Cameron and Mark O'Connor, who've recorded a win against Jason Maturk and Brendan Castle. 20 points to 13. Section 4, Round 5 at Kaiapoi Bowling Club today.
Well, perhaps if they added up over more than likely the 3 years, they might have enough wins to qualify.
I think they're up to 2 wins now.
But they've got 1 today.
Well, they're getting closer and closer. I mean, every year they participate, they get closer games. And you look through on Bowl Sub, and they had some close games. And also, they did so, played Kevin, wearing some brand new shirts from the Bowls New Zealand store, the Bowls New Zealand online store, that are available for purchase next week, apparently, says Sarah. So the Bowls New Zealand online store, which you can access on the Bowls New Zealand website.
These the little Bowls logo?
They've got the Bowls logo with the fern, and then they've got fern sort of all over them. They look quite cool. They're quite impressive shirts.
Oh, let's see, Sarah. Have you not designed these, Sarah? Do you design these shirts? Did you?
We'll find it. I'll show you a photo, Kev,
in
a minute or two. Now, 6-0, as you said, is nothing, particularly the last game we watched between Leslie McClendon and... that's not good for a commentary person. The person she lost to.
Oh, Leslie McClendon and... yes, you're right.
It's gone clean out of my head.
I had it written down. I had it written down here somewhere. I've got lots of things written down.
Sorry, team. Anyway, the game between Leslie McClendon we saw, she was 17-4, 17-5 down. She came right back. She was playing Leanne Watson from Bowls Kensington.
Leanne Watson from Kensington, correct.
75 down, came back to be within Kui. She lost the game, I think, maybe 21-17, but that was a 12-point difference. So 6-0 in that context is nothing.
So Sue Hodges here holding the shot with the jack level bowl, the green bowl. The sun streams down here at Burnside. Bit of a breeze. If I look, I never know here when I look out which is north, south, east, or west. It's all confusing here because there's no landmarks. Just
Right.
I'd heard it's coming from the west.
So west is to the left of your screen, which means that the opposite to west is to the right of your screen, and then towards our screen is another direction. I've got a good sense of direction, Kevin. Can you tell?
Yeah, well, just put your finger, wet your finger, stick it in the air, but we're inside.
Google
aren't we,
Maps was invented with people like me in mind as we see Jane Field chase after this bolt. How's your weight, Jane? You've
this
got the
looks
right
good.
line.
She gets past the group, not going to though.
Go, she says.
Well, here's a good opening now. No. Up or down is fine. I think it's
I suspect we're going to see the marker
Up.
indicate that she's holding.
yes.
It was quite good from Sue. So to explain what why Sue was asking, she didn't need to know how many points she was holding.
Just
she just
if she
wanted
was
to know
holding.
if she was holding or not, because the number was irrelevant. All she needed to know was that she was holding the shot so she could play this bowl, which is going to be a bonus bowl on the backhand side.
Well, she gets this port, she'll count, and it looks as though it's heading for the port, Alex. Needs to hold up now, will do, don't drop part.
Really good bowl.
That's the shot itself,
Yeah.
so I'm picking there could well be three there, Alex.
Yeah.
Two's come out.
It was a pretty classy bonus,
If two's
really.
out, that means three's out as well, I would say.
Sue just checking to see. So two have been conceded.
Yeah, I thought the tape had come out because the jack level bowl looked in a pretty similar position to where, and I see Jane's playing partner sitting down there also from St Heliers, Sue Curran, and again one of the life members of Bowls Auckland there. Great supporter, great stalwart. Three it was. Graham Bennett sitting down there. Real good worker for Bowls Auckland.
Sue Curran, I think, has one of the nicest delivery in bowls. Absolutely smooth as silk. Sue from the St Heliers Bowling Club.
Puts a lot of time into her game. In fact, she recently had a session with Marlene Castle. She asked Marlene if she could just help her out a wee bit with her delivery because she's pretty, I'm not saying pedantic, but she certainly likes to get things right.
Yeah.
So Marlene spent some time with her, just just helping her with her delivery because she is quite fastidious about that delivery.
Yeah, she practices. She's got a lovely delivery. I think one of the underrated bowlers. I think a really, really classy bowler is Sue Curran, and has often been seen sort of near the pointy end of nationals. I remember one to make the semi-finals or final of the Peers.
Final of the Peers.
Yeah, and deserved to be there too.
And yesterday, just an aside to that,
Yes.
she defeated Bronwyn Stevens, I think, 21-12 and lost 21-20 to Kelly McKerran.
Well, there you go. You know, she's a classy bowler.
You know, you're up with it, aren't you, when you're recording scores like that? Trying to get the jackers jam, it goes past fairly quickly. Her first bowl of Sue Hodges, well played, just right in on the centre line and behind the jack.
Sue on the forehand. Omokawara is a lovely place. Kevin, have you been to Omokawara?
Yes, I have. In fact, I played at Omokawara, and it was fantastic. The year that the Nationals,
Lovely bowl.
when the Nationals were spread between Hamilton, Waikato, and Tauranga, and the headquarters were actually the Rewa Bowling Club
Yes.
at Matamata. And we drew Omokawara for one day the fours and played. Very nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely club. Nice place. There's a place called Plumbers Point where I used to go fishing at Omokawara, and also my other connection on my Auntie Gwen Prophet, used to play at the Omokawara Bowling Club, and her name should be on the honours board there somewhere. 2 F's and 2 T's, Kev. It's important.
Was Omokawara a few years back? I'm sure it was headquarters for the Women's Nationals
Might have been. Yeah.
One year.
Yeah. No, a lovely club, and they've got I think they've just started a junior. There's a junior event they play, and they seem to have a revitalised membership there. I often see them pop up on social media, the Aotearoa Bowling Club. So hello to any of them who are watching, and nice that Sue Hodges is wearing one of your shirts.
Trying to get to the jack. He is not far away. Jan Field gets a trail on the jack.
This is great. Look at
clean
that.
through the hole and makes one of it.
Beautiful bowl.
I remember at one stage Aotearoa had a very, very high reputed greenkeeper at Aotearoa. It was...
Needs it to hold.
Trying hard as Sue Hodges will make second shot, no doubt. Yes, it will. That second shot just below the jack. And that was a pretty good effort, really. Jan Field will no doubt change to the backhand, holding the shot, leading 6-3. Get it out on that wall. Got out on that wider hand.
Gave it a bit of a push.
I
but
just I was looking at the hand at the point of delivery, Alex, but yeah, it's going to pull up short. You might have seen that hand just move inwards and sort of wobble about at the point of delivery, and
didn't release it as well as she would have liked.
It's pretty much a telltale sign that it's going to struggle.
7-3 now the score to Jane Field of St Heliers. Remembering that the narrative in this game is that Sue Hodges needs this game to win. Jane cannot qualify. Jack about to be delivered. The other thing I was going to talk about, Kev, keeping in mind the St Heliers connection. So Jane plays for the St Heliers club, and there is an event that they play there called the Keys Tournament, the LJ
Correct.
Keys Tournament. And
Been
Keys,
going a long time.
It is. It's named after a guy called Keys, and he won a Commonwealth Games medal in the late 30s for bowls, and it was before we selected teams. And my recollection of the story is that there was a group of bowlers who happened to be on holiday in the UK at the time, of which Keys was one, and they telegraphed to the New Zealand Bowling Association and said, can we please have permission to participate in the Commonwealth Games? And they had a meeting, and the New Zealand Bowls Association thought, well, we haven't had to pay for it, and they're there and they've asked if they can participate, so go for your life. And they were a force team that played together a lot in New Zealand, and they melded well together in the UK, and they won our first Commonwealth Games gold medal in the fours for bowls.
Yeah, the Keys has been an integral part of the in the old days when we used to have the extended tournaments in Auckland. They'd run for the best part of the Monday to Thursday, literally.
Yeah.
Well, that's how the Keys was initially, and yeah, that's a long-standing tournament.
It's probably one of my favourite tournaments that I've played in the Keys. So if you ever get an opportunity and you're in the Auckland region, I know they always fill up their entry lists, but I think it plays, it's 2 days, isn't it, the Keys?
It's 2 days.
And you play,
it is.
First day is qualifying, and then post-section there's a plate on one green, and then your post-section divides into flights. So
Correct.
if you lose your first game, you go into like a plate flight. It's a fantastic tournament, would highly recommend it.
So here we see Sue Hodges on that wider hand. She's drawn the shot there, trailing 7-3. And Jan Field going to her backhand. Needs to get past this front pink bowl. Doesn't want to collide it. Is going to. Won't get enough of it to make shot. Safely for Sue Hodges to keep playing on what is her forehand side of the rink, the ditch hand. Get down past that pink bowl. She'll have a counter, trailing 7-3. In this race to 21. And this is, of course, the last round of section play of the women's singles, and this bowl's well down too. This is very well played.
Yeah, that's classy stuff. Really nice bowl. Beautiful line from all 7 bowls. 6 bowls. I don't know where the 7th bowl is. All 6 bowls that you can see on your screen. Lovely green taken.
Very nice delivery has Sue Hodges, a taller lady, but gets the bowl very well out of the hand. Of course,
it's interesting when we look at the cameras, the depth perception that we often talk about. Look at this shot, and then look now and see how much
Correct.
shorter those bowls actually are. The depth perception on the cameras, it's why it can sometimes be hard to see who's holding what. But it works the same. If you think you're a player that's 35 metres down the green, the depth of perception is often a real challenge, which is why we ask lots of questions as bowlers. That's a good bowl
That's
there.
another counter. And for those sitting at home, you watch Sue Hodges' delivery is sort of, it's a coaching manual.
It's about right. Yeah.
10 tick.
Yeah.
She stays very still on the mat. As I say, she's a taller lady, and you'll watch this as a point, just as a point of delivery. She comes up, stays down, the body doesn't move around at all, and just follows the natural stance upwards. And that means then, of course, at the point of delivery, there's every chance the bowl's going to be on a good arc down towards the centre line.
And it comes out nice and smooth, so it doesn't deviate upon release.
Doesn't wobble.
Watch this here. So lining up, nice grip, and
See
then just that
where the feet
pendulum.
are? There, down and
good.
up.
Very good.
And it's short.
If I was, they only. It's fine. That's a good delivery. When you're starting, it's easy to remember that once you let go of your bowl, you should be able to place the bowl back in your hand.
Correct.
So that sort of stops you from turning
Correct.
your hand over. So that's probably the biggest bit of coaching advice I could give anyone out there who, even if you're playing business house bowls or whatever, is once you let your bowl go, stick the landing, and you should be able to place your bowl back in your hand. So on the forehand again, looking to make a correction. Metronomic.
So a bit of room here, bit of work to do here for Sue Hodges after sort of expounding her delivery. It's
It's typical, isn't it?
It's gone on the scatters.
Look at this. Guts the jack back.
Got it right in the centre. Just the one shot. 7-6. Janfield leading.
Sue just asking if the bowl was low of the jack. You can see there that it is. Just going to stay on the forehand because it's not very low. It's only a bowl low of the jack. So easier to stay on that forehand side than it is to switch.
Well, it's going to finish in a pretty good place, Alex. This is well played.
Look at that.
Jack off the centre line and adjusted the line and came back and sat right on top of the bowl. Just wonder now whether Sue Hodges may well change her hand.
With the next bowl, yeah.
And try and play down to the pink.
So Jane staying on the forehand side, holding one. So this is what they see from the player's end.
Well, this is well played too. This is very well played.
That was beautiful. We'll watch that on a replay in a
That
minute.
was certainly well played. Came down, sat on the bowl. Now it's created the old...
You'd be tempted to have a go at the split, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure if I'd play it on the forehand or the backhand, to be
No.
honest. It's 50-50, isn't it?
I think I'd rip it pretty quick on the backhand, swinging in towards that.
Yeah.
Not swinging away, swinging into the...
On the backhand is the only way you get both bowls if you're wide as well.
Correct.
Whereas if you're wide on the forehand, you just remove one pink. So the backhand will be the call here. Interesting to see what weight Sue opts to play this with. Needs it to hold.
That's the sort of weight to play it with. That's the sort of weight to play it with. Split,
Beautiful
jack.
bowl, and that's why the backhand was the way to go, because that bowl was low enough that the bowl came off.
Yeah,
That's
it was
absolutely magnificent. Look at that.
Played perfectly and predicted well.
We got, yeah, it's nice. So we've got two good replays to watch at the completion of this. And the mark had just been asked what's happened.
It just had that nice arc down through that backhand side, really, Alex.
It just looked pretty all the way.
So very difficult for Jane Field to get out of this predicament. It's gone wide out, which you need to do on that side of the rink. It has to get all the way down. Remembering the bowl right down the back here, which is the shot. Shot is sitting right on the jack.
Fall short.
Yeah, hard shot to play. Just one down.
And that will be a 1 to Sue Hodges, who extricated herself from that situation with a lot of skill. That was a really nice bowl to play.
Oh, it was really nice controlled weight though, Alex, wasn't it? Down
Perfect.
through that line.
Absolutely
perfect the way it was played.
All right, let's take a look at those the replays. We've got two good bowls to watch. Here's the first one from Jane. This split and follow. And then Sue played it on her backhand. I have almost no words left. Look at that.
Absolutely perfect. It just highlights, Alex, that you don't have to go to 1,000 miles an hour to try and belt the bowls around.
Oh, it's good as it gets, right?
Just that controlled weight. Now it's interesting. Hodges now has gone directly the mat, not up too far, but straight to the 2 metre mark. And I'm picking she will change her hand.
And on that occasion, the control weight was actually the best possible result because your collision bowl is sticking with the jack. You hit that harder, your collision bowl may have disappeared off the rink and you would only have had one and a distant one.
Now Sue Hodges deliberately has gone to what is her backhand because the jack down on the 2 metre mark, and there's the result for it. Just go by. What it means, Alex, of course, is she doesn't have to deliver the bowl so far out on that ditch side, have a different weight to what the other hand is.
Yeah.
And it just creates it now. The Jan Field now has gone to that wider hand, and she may well make a liar of me straight away here, and she's just going to go by.
I just hear from Jane. Oh, just passed.
I just think for building the head, Alex, on the 2 metre mark, that the backhand that Sue Hodges is playing is just going to give you what I call a better percentage opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen that throughout the last two games that we have broadcast.
And this is well played again by Sue Hodges. It was down on that back end, just coming past the jack. Yeah, that's ideal. Perfect, two perfect bowls.
So the story of Sue Hodges' singles is that she defeated Alicia Key of the Okato Bowling Club, 21 points to 4. She then played Sasha Taylor from Tolaga Bay Bowling Club and defeated her 21 points to 15. Then she played Emma Boyd, who's the Canadian, I believe.
That's correct.
And lost 21-20 in that game, so a very close game there. Then she defeated Sarah Childs from the Waipu Bowling Club, 21-13. And her second loss, and the reason we are still playing, was to Diane Patterson from the Gonville Castlecliff Bowling Club. She lost 21-17. So Sue needs this game to qualify for tomorrow's play.
No, great to see. You just mentioned something there, Alex, one of the section games that she played from the Okato Bowling Club.
Yes.
In Taranaki. That club, about 4 years ago, was literally defunct. And the locals, the farmers and the community said, no, that's not going to happen. If you haven't been there, the Okato Bowling Club is one of the most idyllic setups you could see just by the river.
Yep.
Go across the swing bridge to the green. Well, that's where Hamish Carpy is a member and his family. And they were a finalist this year for the Club of the Year award, for the Bowl New Zealand Club of the Year award. They've now got interclub sides both. In fact, there's ladies now driving from Opunaki, which is about 20 kilometres. They're driving from Opunaki to play interclub bowls at Okato. So they've revived the whole club.
Oh, brilliant.
And it's a beautiful green at Okato, about 25 miles out of New Plymouth. and they've rekindled the club, and it's going full bore. It's going really, really well.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you, Kevin. Jane here trying to clear the front bowl, and she's very close. Oh, great effort. Good try. Not to be, so I think it'll be 1.5. We'll call it 1.5 to Sue Hodges. We'll just await someone to say something.
And it would have been a long time, I'd say, since Okato would have had a woman player playing at the Nationals. So, yeah, great to see. 2-2 to Sue Hodges.
2, so 9-7 lead now in the race to 21.
And if you ever draw Okato for the Taranaki Open Fours, there's about 4 clubs, but Okato's one of them. I'll guarantee one of the best morning and afternoon teas that you'd wish to have. Leopardon's another one, and they really look
Do a
after
good job.
Fantastic job. But one's got to be careful in saying that, because Alex, you and I can remember back a couple of years ago when we went to Central Otago, we certainly. It was during the COVID.
It was well plied with cheese rolls.
It was.
Absolutely.
We got another good opening bowl here from Sue Hodges.
Bowls is always, both codes have always had certainly, I think, some very talented cooks. Although I was in the West Coast once, Kevin, on a tour for the North Island indoor team, and you have supper afterwards after you've played the centre. And this is apparently a popular sandwich in the South Island. It staggered me to my core.
Great bowl from Jan Field.
I took a bite of what I thought was a ham sandwich to find that it had both ham and kiwi fruit in it, which is just that was shocking. And I was so surprised I spat it out, and I then got fined for showing disrespect to the West Coast on the bus on the way home. But having spoken since to people from the South Island, apparently ham and kiwi fruit is a thing that people have on sandwiches in the South Island, and it's supposedly quite nice. So maybe I'll have to try it.
To those who like it, I trust you enjoy it. For those who don't want to partake of it, that's also fine.
It's 10 years ago now, and people still talk to me about the ham and kiwi fruit sandwiches. Such was my shocked reaction. But
4 great bowls here on this full-length head on that ditch hand, Alex. They're 4 fantastic bowls on that ditch hand on a full-length head, right on the 2-metre mark.
Pretty classy from Jane, just as it was beginning to feel like Sue had a bit of control of the match as well, Kev, because remember Sue was 6-0 down before she got started.
Correct.
It was just starting to feel like she had the game by the scruff of the neck, and Jane said, no, you don't get it all your own way. And that third bowl will be disappointing for Sue Hodges.
Well, Jane's got an ideal opportunity here to quickly climb back. Or she's, hold on to these. She brings the scoreboard together, and they're 2 magnificent bowls on that swinging ditch hand. There she's again on the backhand. Got the bowl out on that very wide arc down towards the 2-metre mark. You'll see it start to work now towards the centre line. Just going to done it again. Have a look at this, Alex.
Beautiful bowl.
Have a look at this. It's standing bowling on this full length head. 2 and a measure, I think she's going to say. Oh, 3. Very concise. Very clear. Well, Alex, to hold 3 shots that close on this full length head on that hand. That's
pretty impressive, isn't it?
Very impressive.
The highest point bowler on this side is Jack Level.
Jack Level.
Really good communication
here.
here.
Very good there.
So this is what Sue can see from her end.
So she's going to have a run down on that backhand side to try and get the inside of those bowls, Alex.
I would imagine that is what's going to happen here. She'll be very tempted to do so. If I could play a fast enough bowl, I'd play it on the forehand, but I don't have that speed on me.
Now, that's what she's endeavouring to do. What we spoke about.
Needs a wick.
Or she'll get the pinks. That's well played.
Great shot. Yeah, really good bowl.
3 down, 1 down. That was well played.
Classy stuff. Cut it down to 1. I think that's just about the best result she could have got there. She'd been.
Well, she couldn't get the jack clean on that
Couldn't
line.
get it clean,
She
no.
was swinging towards the counting bowls. So it was a reduction shot more than a scoring shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, and a classy bowl there from Sue Hodges, although she is going to drop a number. Well, she'll either drop 1 or 2 on this end. Depends if Jane can add that
she's
bonus.
She's got to get in front of this bowl. Will she get in front of it? Yes, she will. And
Good
fall
shot.
in. 4 top-class bowls from Jane Field on this end, and really did hold 4 shots. Would have held
scored 4
shots.
if Sue hadn't played that nice shot of her own on the backhand.
So it's very well played by both players.
So Jane to deliver the jack now.
So we said yesterday about Alex, and we'll put the reminder out there again, and we will again on finals day as well. If you haven't got your entry in for the national men's and ladies fours and the mixed pairs in Taranaki, get your entry in, because you'll be guaranteed a fantastic time in Taranaki. You'll be playing on first-class greens. You'll get well looked after, well catered for around the clubs of Taranaki, and you'll see some of the great sites that Taranaki has to offer, and first-class greens, and can't recommend it high enough. So very good opening bowl there from Jan Field as we're locked up at 9 apiece. Sue Hodges now remaining on that ditch hand, coming down, not quite going to get all the way down. Jane Field quickly into her work on her backhand. Well, did you say, Alex, that Jan is still in the junior brigade in Auckland?
I think she's either just out of juniors or still in juniors, Jane. Yeah, and she's had a lot of success there. I recognise the name.
She's got a good. She's very consistent in a draw line.
Yeah, certainly it's been a well-contested match so far.
And Sue Hodges here. How's the weight? How far is it going to get to the jack? No, it doesn't. Just goes by.
On the backhand. It's an okay line. Looks slightly on the tight side. It should turn a bit early.
It'll duck under that. Might get a generous slide here. Well, it may well. Who knows? But there's still a couple of more bowls to come.
They're not a big turning bowl that Jane's playing with, are they? They
No,
don't seem to be turning as much as some of the other bowls we've seen.
The turn's late. Here comes now Sue Hodges. At least one down. And she's not going to get past her front bowl. Turns it over. Well, that would be one down now. That's on the straight line to the jack. So it'll be definitely 1 to Jan Field. Yeah, certainly you're right, Alex. I'm watching that line there of Jan Field's. And she's not going to be far away, and that line is far different. It's just going to go by. Will count. Only just finished on the other side of the centre line, so wasn't far away.
So Sue Hodges a little bit of strife, too light. She makes her way back down.
And she'll stay on that side, that forehand side. She'll stay there.
Yeah, I agree. So here we go. Sue taking her time on the forehand.
Oh, got it out of the hand, very nice. It's on that good arc. It's on that good arc. How far is it going to run? That's the problem. If you undercut, you'll pay at the end.
Woo!
Might have cut out the front one, may have.
Hard to tell. We'll see in a second, I suppose. Whoa! Well, surely they must have agreed before that happened, I would say.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any contention or
No,
dispute down there,
no,
does
we're all
there? But
okay. That was, I was a bit concerned for a second, so we'll wait to see if it was 1 or 2, but I'll put one up at least, I think, on James'
all
side of the
happened very
ledger.
quickly.
Let's kick the ball.
Certainly wasn't intentional at all.
Jane on the backhand. It's the more turning hand, but she seems to have quite straight bowls. So
Definitely not out as wide as others have been out there, Alex. That's for sure. You're like,
and she's still finishing on the
well, I was
centre
going
line.
to say, watch where this is going to finish.
It's a lovely bowl.
It was definitely inside the line of the others that we've been watching on that particular hand.
And it was 2 there, so you can see the score 11-9 to Jane Field.
So they must have been conceded quickly, Alex,
Yeah, I think,
obviously.
I think so probably even just about to see when they were walking up what it was. Look at this here from Sue Hodges. How's the weight?
Just needs to run a couple of more yards.
Jane going to switch hands by the looks of the way she's lining up.
Well, she seems to have been very adept at changing the hand around. She's played both hands pretty proficiently, and with this bowl again has done so. Just going to
Solid bowler.
sits on the top of her own bowl. Will count for 2.
Of course, also speaking of St Heliers, Barclay Lee and John Flowers are 2 great names
Oh,
from the
totally.
St Heliers Bowling Club. John Flowers, if you ever go to the St Heliers Bowling Club and you just like look up at the honours board, Flowers everywhere. Everywhere, Kevin. It's an unbelievable amount of club titles at that club.
Yeah, John's now sitting on the bowl.
Great shot.
Yeah, John's in a retirement village.
Is he?
Now, yes. I've seen John.
Is he still playing bowls?
Not like he was before, but he was one of the midweek kings. John.
He just won every. Yeah, it was staggering.
Yeah, they used to go all around the place and play, and they won. They won numerous tournaments, and St Heliers over the years is when, of course, in the heyday of bowls, when there was St Heliers and Mission Bay. Had a great, just going by with weight, had a great reputation. And of course, if you go back, there was the New Zealand Peers one out of St Heliers, Ardern and Foster. Mm-hmm. They won the National Peers.
Good line here from Sue Hodges. Very good line here.
Oh, this is another good bowl from.
Bit unlucky
there. I thought she was going to sit and flop on the jack, and it would have just stayed there. Would have made 2 of it.
Yeah, Barclay Lee had a lot of success at New Zealand Open, didn't he? When the New Zealand Open was running, and a very clever coach.
Not far away here. Not far away to get the green bowl clean out of the head. How's that? Magnificent bowl from Jan Field.
Oh, that's not bad
made
from Jane.
2.
So from Susie, and this is what she sees. It might even be a 3 there, That was a beautifully weighted shot.
That was 3. Clear call from the marker. Good to hear. I think you'll see some backhand. We saw that good backhand weight that Sue Hodges played earlier on, and it's important she doesn't drop a 3. Don't go to 14-9 down. Here's Hodges now, reaching through on the backhand. Looks to be narrow under the line.
Needs it to hold.
Might collect. Good bowl.
Good shot. Cut out 2 of them. 2.
That's twice now. She's gone from 3 down to 1 down. 4 shots, and then you don't always have to get the shot. Good reduction is just as good, isn't it?
Yeah. That was a nice bowl there. So just the one, so 12-9. She'll be pleased with that. Such an easy bowl to miss. And if we think about it, she's cut out 4 shots with 2 of those bowls. That's the difference between 12-9 and 16-9.
Makes a big difference in singles.
You know, it's good stuff from Sue Hodges, who's fighting for a place in post section tomorrow. Jane Field just out there having a good time, playing some bowls up the ring.
Looking at that section, though, Alex, it was a pretty high-quality section.
It was, yes, yeah.
There's a lot of good players in this particular Burnside section. And don't forget, later on this evening, you'll be able to go on to the Bowls New Zealand, the Hub Bowls Aotearoa, and you'll see of all of the men's pairs combinations who have qualified, and the results of the disability singles, and of course the qualifiers from the women's singles. I'm surprised. I'm watching Jan Field. She's playing exceptionally well, and but she lost 2 very tight encounters, didn't she?
Yeah, and that's the thing about the nationals is sometimes you turn up and you play well and you don't get through, and other times you turn up and you don't play well and you do get through, and then sometimes you play well and you do, and so on and so forth. Anything can happen. You got 6 games of bowls to play.
Oh, 4 out of 6 though, Alex, gives everybody a good fair chance of
2 days
qualifying.
worth of bowls, eh?
Yeah,
It's good,
and it's a good fair chance of qualifying. Good, clear responses from the marker here, indicating both verbally and indicating with the hands how far away. She's very precise, concise.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the marker.
So Sue Hodges again on that wider forehand side with the lime bowls. I'm going lime, Sarah. Yeah, good bowl here. Good bowl here. Touches the jack. Sits right in behind.
Very good shot. So Jane on the back end now.
She's not moving as much. If you look, just watch there, Alex, although it's got extra weight on, but you're right about her bowls. I think they're definitely a narrower line than others, because that was where that was placed out on the ring. That was pretty much the draw line of others. So
that's how it feels. And if we look at Jane Field's day or 2 days, she was defeated by Diane Strawbridge 21 points to 20.
Good player from North Auckland.
Yes, very close game there. She defeated Carolyn Boone from the Burnside Bowling Club. Then she defeated Sarah Childs. Then she was defeated by Alicia Kay from the Okato Bowling Club.
Oh, well done.
And then she was defeated by Emma Boyd. So she's had three close losses. That's been enough to put her out of contention, but obviously has contributed to this Summerset Nationals, and still doing so because she has an opportunity here. And that's the thing, isn't it? When you have that last game and you haven't qualified and you're playing someone who can, it is an opportunity to still impact what's going to happen in the tournament.
Totally.
So look at this head here. Sue Hodges bowls. One's at 12, one's at 5 o'clock.
You never give anybody a post-section berth, Alex. You try to prevent it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So on the backhand is Jane Field leading Sue Hodges on Tauranga. And going to be under the head, rattled around a wee bit. I think Hodges will. He's going to stay on her forehand on that wider swoop, holding two. Very tall lady, very good delivery. See that hand and body stays down and then moves up, just like a good golf swing.
Yeah, lovely and smooth.
Gets
How's
past
the weight
this
here?
green, gets past her bowl.
Done enough there, I think, to make it 3.
Got one turn on the bowl, could well have made it enough. Three it is, you heard the call there.
$12 apiece. Very well contested match. Sue Hodges just getting herself ready.
Bit of wind coming
Bit of
through
wind,
there.
yeah.
Wow. That came through sort of quick, didn't it? I'm looking at the trees out there, though. Well, there's not a lot of movement around it, but
must be
it must have just been a...
popping around the corner or something.
yeah, it certainly did.
Look at this.
Yeah, good opening bowl here. Just get the back of the jack. Yes, it did.
Oh, got a little bit of chalk anyway.
And Jan Field, she'll follow that. Yeah, she's definitely got a different line for sure, Alex, even on that hand. This might finish up. No, it's going to finish up literally jack
Still
level.
not going to turn a huge.
You know, it's got a completely different turn, hasn't it, to
it turned a bit there, but
what other bowls that we've seen.
if we take their finishing point as being at the same place, the arc that they took out, Sue was considerably wider than what
Certainly
Jane
was.
So
Certainly was.
they are
wider.
just tighter. Whatever they are, they're just slightly tighter bowls. Sue looking to make her correction.
No, this is a good correction. Just going to come up and sit just...
Really well played shot.
Yeah, well played.
Now Jane Field.
Sue Hodges trying to get herself into post-section play tomorrow morning.
Down to the weight here. Slightly over. Well, I'm not sure if it was overplayed. She may have been looking to rest through the bowl or track the jack
She
back,
might have
perhaps.
been trying to push to the bowl, but hard shot, of course, on that hand. So Sue Hodges will be happy if she can just draw a counter, and if she nestles just in behind the jack, which is she's going to do. This is well played. This is well played. It'll sit in behind. I thought it won't count, but it gives a bit of cover. Well, knowing the line...
It's not far away.
I was going to say, right, knowing the line of Jan's bowl, as we do, and that's the jack.
Well
played.
played.
It's the shot.
Got a good there, holding one. Susie on the back. I remember this from last time I commentated her. She's got a fascinating thing that she does. She stands to the far left of the mat on her backhand, which is to the right as we see it. And on a forehand, I don't think she does that. So you sort of call it, I've always been taught, you take the bowl early, you take it early when you stand to the side of the mat. So it changes the breaking point of the bowl. And then on her forehand, she doesn't do that. See, if you look here, Jane's standing to the left of the mat as we see it. So that's going to mean it breaks at the halfway mark instead of
She's got that very good feet angle placement as well at the point of delivery, which will ensure that the bowl will get out. It's going to get past the green. Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Yeah, two good
And
bowls
that
there.
should count.
Oh, maybe I've gone the early push of the button here. They're looking at it like it might not be
They are, but
two.
here goes. So why don't you just measure?
Good question. Oh, two there. So yeah,
She
I think that was more just to
conceded.
just to confirm in her own mind that it was the two that she knew it was already. So 14-12 now. It's been a very well contested game, this. 14-12 to Jane Field over Sue Hodges. The marker makes her way down the rink.
Well, shorter length, actually, Alex, isn't it? Than
Centred.
play will get underway again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. around the nominated greens in Christchurch. They'll all be up on the Bowls Hub, Aotearoa Bowls Hub, when the draw is all completed. You'll know exactly where all the players are playing, but it will be an 8:30 a.m. start with fine weather.
Yeah, and if the players that are involved will get emailed. It'll also be on Bowls Hub. It'll be on our social media channels. It's hard not to know. So don't worry too much about it. I would implore you. As we see Sue switching to the forehand. So we know it's slightly harder to play. Maybe she's just feeling like she's not quite finding it as well as she'd like. I mean, we've seen some exceptional ends, but we have seen some slightly looser ends from Sue.
We have, but she has got, she's had pretty good consistency out there. It's really just the danger is you get out there and you lose that yard of weight. That's
Yes.
that's the danger. Then you start to try and fight it. Yeah, I know she's got a different bowl, but that's got to be well under the line. That bowl of
Yeah, I'd be
Jane
surprised
Field,
if it's up.
and it is.
Sue on the forehand. She'll come back from back there if she's got the weight right. The lovely bowl.
Oh, Weston behind the jack. Well played.
How's the weight? Just going to keep running through. So a chance developing here for Sue Hodges.
The weight was pretty good, Alex, wasn't it? Just sort of the line was more like a bowl under the head, and thus it just sort of scooted away underneath the head. So here, Sue Hodges got the bowl again out on that wider side. It'll now break in towards the centre line. Here it comes. Here it comes, and with dead weight will come just draw to the jack. Does so, gets a
Look
touch.
at that.
That's three. Oh, she's got to play with weight down under the foot.
That's a lovely bowl from Sue. And Jane under a bit of pressure here. She will not be short.
Got to play with weight that's going to reach.
A little surprised she didn't go a bit quicker at this, but we'll wait and see where it comes through. It
Oh,
might
it's
turn.
it's
It
a
might turn.
Very good
It might turn.
Very good attempt.
Well,
Well played.
Why
Push
be quicker when you can just do that? That's
That's the shot.
goodness. That was a good bowl.
Well played by Jane Field.
reaching bowl.
Oh, it's outside the line. Well, that was well played by Janfield, because we saw Sue Hodges draw a magnificent bowl in round behind the head and behind the jack.
Going to be 15-12 now to Jane Field of St Heliers in this game, and Sue was sitting with a beautiful 3 shots, and Jane played very controlled weight just to sit a bowl up and over for 1.
And very hard to play that.
A lot of people would have gone quicker at that.
Absolutely.
A lot of people would have gone quicker at that. It was well played by Jane. And inching closer to the target of 21 points required.
Oh, that jack will be lost, I think, by the speed that went past that.
Oh, no, it stopped just
right
on
on the
the
2
end.
metre mark. Apologies.
Only just. On the back end.
Lower the jack.
Needs it to hold.
Got the old slice on the jack.
Snicking past.
Well, she's gone out on that wide. How's the weight, Alex? It's not going to have the weight to get
No,
there.
it's not. So a chance here for Sue Hodges. She'll feel like she could draw a second shot.
Oh, she should feel confident on that backhand side to draw second shot. There's plenty of room. Edging its way down towards the jack now, and will stop at jack level.
Good bowl.
Just a wee bit outside the centre line, but it's certainly that counts.
Switching to the forehand here. Is interesting.
Well, this is a pretty good line. Just
Get it
going
square.
to, well, got the,
I'm not sure if she's done enough. Just
there we
asking
go,
the marker.
calling Margaret the marker.
No, thank you.
One up. Was the
Yeah,
call?
that's what I heard, yeah.
Well, she's out on that good line out there.
Should come back.
And has the weight to get past the pink. Oh, it was on a perfect line, but just not going to make it to the pink.
The marker just indicated the shot bowl is Sue Hodges' bowl to the left of the jack, the one that sits at 9 o'clock.
Is the shot.
So Jane staying on that forehand side. Got
Well,
herself a chance.
got to get under.
She's got the bowl.
Well, goodness gracious me. Was that?
I don't know.
It
That was very good.
was a very good result. I didn't think it was the shot that she was actually going for. I was under the impression that was, looking for the draw.
Played some inch perfect bowls in this game, has Jane Field.
So how this bowl of Sue Hodges
Got to be close.
needs to get down past the pink. Will it get to the jack? Well, it made shot of it.
Well, it's good enough, right? It was in the area.
So 1, 15-14.
Just sharing a laugh there with Sue and Jane.
Well, yeah, she got round that bowl clean, actually, Alex. In fairness, Sue Hodges pretty close to getting to the jack, actually.
Yeah, it was a good bowl. It was in the area. Within half a bowl of not requiring a wick to achieve that result.
So, 15-13 in the race to 21. Jan Fielders and Heliers versus Sue Hodges of the Tauranga Bowling Club. Although wearing an Omakara shirt today, she's a dual member. And remembering Sue Hodges needs this match, needs a victory here to join those in post-section play tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. And I think, Alex, it's the only game underway. Is it the only game required? Is that right in this section?
That's what it looks like. Oh, there's a game in the distance between Clearhendra and Kieko. So one or two of them may need that.
Oh, I think Clearhendra needs that. I've got a feeling that she doesn't need it. So, on the back end, Sue Hodges will go, trailing 15-13 in the race to 21. In the last round of section play of the Summerset National Women's Singles, trying to get that 4 out of 6 to qualify for post-section play. And also around the greens of Christchurch, there'll be various men's combinations and the pairs doing exactly the same thing to try and get that, trying to get that last elusive win to give them 4 out of 6 to go forward into post-section play tomorrow. So on the back hand is Jane Field, and under the line good thing about this 21, never run out of ends, just run out of numbers. So this is at the point of the game where one's got to be pretty careful.
Winning it back in.
And won't get far enough back. Holding one, though, is Sue Hodges, trailing 15-13.
It's been a very well contested game. I think they've both played as well as each other here. Jane Field and Sue Hodges both played some pretty key bowls. Sue's probably been more aggressive than Jane, I think. Played some more aggressive bowls. But both played very well in this match that we're bringing to you live on Sky Sport 4.
Well, the two aggressive bowls that Sue played, both times she turned 3 down into 1 down.
Yes.
So they were, very, very good resulted, weighted shots. On the backhand, Sue Hodges holding one, needs to come down under her own green bowl to get into the counting area. Is going to come past it. Is she?
Yes,
yes,
yep, good
will.
shot. So holding a couple.
Finish jack level. Yeah, I don't know what Sue Hodges, she has. I don't know if you've noticed this, Alex, but here's a good bowl coming here. How fast is it going to run?
That's a lovely shot. Good shot.
Sue Hodges, changed her shoes.
She has.
She's carrying the sandals down in the hand there.
Huh.
And has now put the lace-up sneakers on.
Isn't that interesting? I wouldn't have noticed that, Kevin. That was very well spotted. Maybe having some foot discomfort. Sometimes I usually like to have at least 2 or 3 different bowls rags, because if the game isn't going the way I'd like it to go, I switch the bowls rag out and tell myself that's going to make the difference.
And does it? Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it does. Sometimes I get rid of all my bowls rags. Mark Cameron came to watch an event that Colin and I were playing in once in time to see me throw my cap over the fence, so that was good timing from Mark. I think I just played a particularly poor bowl from memory. We were going into the wind, and I knew it was uphill and I was still short, so my cap got removed at some pace.
Well, the wind removed it with a bit of help.
Yeah, okay, it works.
So just lower the jack is Jane Field. Sue Hodges now on her backhand. And Jane Field she's certainly putting up a great battle here. Good ball here from Hodges as it arcs down, just creeps towards the jack, just slips by. Just asking how low her bowlers was Jane Field. Also looks as though there's some games in the men's pairs on the front green that somebody needs for qualifying.
Yeah, it's some exciting sections. If you have a look on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, there's some people who require the last game. Mike Kernahan and Sean O'Neill are one of those pairings, and certainly if they qualify, they would feature in a lot of people's picks to go real deep into the tournament.
Good
classy
combination.
piercing, but they're out there fighting away to win this game and qualify.
Yeah, Sean O'Neill and Mike Kernahan, both excellent draw players. Top-rate draw players, in fact.
Both played for New Zealand.
Certainly have.
Yes, yeah.
Both won New Zealand titles.
And he's still one of the smoothest deliveries and bowls, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, he's got the perfect delivery as Kearney.
Always goes out on the right line. Always breaks nicely back. I'll never forget watching the 2016 World Fours final where Ali Forsyth and Mike Kernahan were part of a very good. I mean, all four of them played exceptionally well, but if you counted the number of bowls that Mike Kernahan played that were perfect in the 2 position, it was most of them for 18 ends. Or did they even play 18 ends? They might have finished early, I think. I can't remember.
If I go back to right here, the last world champs here in Burnside, where Mike Kernahan played 2 to Ali Forsyth.
Yeah.
And Blake Signal played 3. And the lead was
Nagy.
Mike Nagy.
Yeah.
Well, Kearney was at his absolute best. He was.
He just didn't miss. And he followed his bowl, the second bowl up at 2.
Yes.
Just an exhibition of bowls. Great stuff.
And soon to become a granddad of twins.
Is he?
Yes, daughter Kate, about to have twins later in January. So Jan and Michael will be the grandparents first time.
On the backhand. Holding 1, I would say. And maybe 2 in a second.
Maybe 2 in a second. This is good draw play. Oh, I don't want to move the back of the jacket that way.
Oh, just passing through. So
Just
holding the 1. So Sue Hodges will be happy if she can draw the shot. If she gets a little snick of the jack, she can make it 2. But you're just looking to draw the shot here.
The shot's the most important thing here. There's no heroic shots on
two's
there.
a pleasant surprise, isn't it? It'll be a nice bonus if that had to happen. But looking just to draw 1. On the backhand, her line's pretty good here, Sue Hodges.
Oh, it's very good, in fact. How fast is it going to run, though? Is it going to get the jack?
That's unbelievable. I cannot believe that they've both not touched the jack there.
Well,
That's
they
just,
were both within centimetres of the jack going by.
oh, that staggers me. But 16-13 will be the score.
In this race to 21. Here it is. You can clearly see it with the 17-13.
Well, that's more than 16, Kev.
It is. And of course, it's we can go out time.
Yes, yeah, check out area. And Sue just waiting for Jane, who's disappeared. It looks like, based on the fact I can see her, someone with a hose on the back green, that
all
the
finished over
men's
there.
pairs is now finished over there. So the results will start to trickle in from the 18 different host venues here at the Summerset Nationals, and they will be available on Bowl Sub Aotearoa.
Remembering that 824 players started this event on the 2nd of January.
Yep.
And we're winding down now to the latter stages. Post-section play tomorrow, and then finals day on Tuesday. That'll bring this Summerset Nationals to a close. And touch wood, only one inclement day, but didn't lose any.
Not the end of the world.
Didn't lose any time at all.
Not the end of the world, as we see Jane Field deliver the jack. She's leading 17-13 in this game. And I can report, I'm happy to report, Kev, that all the results are in for the men's pairs. So if you want to know who's done what, you just go to Bowl Sub Aotearoa, and all the results are in for the men's pairs. And if you're a bowler and you're watching this, actually please check that, because we need to understand if the results have been recorded correctly, so that the post-section draw can be completed in good time. So if you've participated in the men's pairs event, please go online, look at Bowl Sub Aotearoa, find your entry, and make sure that if you have qualified or think you've qualified, that you have. Unfortunately, if you wish you'd qualified but you didn't win enough games, we can't do anything about that.
Bad luck.
But if there's a result in wrong, we need to know as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
I think looking quickly before, Alex, it doesn't appear as though there was any what I would call qualifying casualties of, let's say, what we would term as the leading players. I think they all seem to have safely got their way through to post-section play.
Yeah, certainly not at a glance. I didn't see any big surprises there. There'll be a media release later on this evening, and of course plenty of coverage as we go through tomorrow's, which is the first day of post-section day, and then finals day. So plenty of stuff to look at as we move on.
So Sue Hodges here trying to get inside her own green bowl, fall in.
Lovely line of bowls there, isn't it?
Asking who's got the shot. The shot bowl is, in fact, as confirmed by the marker, the front bowl of Jane Field, who's leading 17-13. Our marker, I'm not sure who our marker is, but lovely lady doing a wonderful job out there. Very concise, very clear what's going on.
Just having a quick look through the results, Kev. At a glance, I'd say that a surprise to not qualify. Hamish Karpe and Kaylin Hulia have been unsuccessful. Tony Fabling and John Gray have been unsuccessful this year. That's as quickly as my fingers can go. But if you just have a look on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, all the results are there. It's a very strong pairs entry this year, as it was with the singles. A lovely bowl there, beautiful bowl there from Sue Hodges.
So holding the shot is Sue Hodges.
Bruce McNish and Trevor Pascoe didn't get through on this occasion.
Well, they were looking quite comfortable, I believe, at one stage.
Peter Shane and Rob Ashton as well, non-qualifiers, previous winners of the men's pairs title. As we see this bowl here from Jane Field, just pull across the head.
I've just had someone come to me who's obviously on the Aotearoa hub. 95 qualifiers in the men's pairs.
Well, they can count.
Thank you, Peter David Thorne. Peter Thorne, thank you very much for that. And
Kelvin Budge and Riker Gregory also non-qualifiers in the pairs, so I think a surprise there as we see a beautiful bowl from Sue Hodges, who's battling to qualify in the women's singles. She's just scored a 2.
17-15, getting tight now.
Defending champions Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham are through. 5 out of 5. Didn't play one of their games, obviously.
So
All that information available on Bowl Sub Aotearoa.
we'll have a round which will get us to 64 after round 1 tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, it will, won't it? So 16, 842, that's right.
Someone want to work out how many buys there will be if there's 90-something qualifiers? Caleb Hope, I believe, understands exactly how to do it. He explained it to Sheldon Bagri-Howley, how to work out how many buys there were.
Colin's one of the best.
Oh, Colin can just do it like that. But,
Absolutely.
Caleb Hope is a good backup. I can also tell you that this is Margaret Gray, the marker, with a wonderful hat on as well. And she's been doing a fantastic job.
Certainly
and has been the markers coordinator for this tournament from Burnside.
Well
Bowling
done,
Club.
Margaret.
So, thank you, Margaret. You've done a great job. And certainly, I mean, we picked up, didn't we, that as a marker, she's very switched on. Look at that.
I can remember, Alex, we were at the Nationals were at Carlton, Cornwall, and it was in Colin's working the early days, and it was before we had the Bowls hub.
Yes.
And I can remember him being in the back room at Carlton, and we had inclement weather then too, and Colin reciting to us that this is how many qualifiers, this is how many buys there be. It was like some mathematical.
Just like, cool, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All done. That's the way it'll be.
Very helpful indeed. 17-15 here. Remember, there'll be there's 18 venues, so there's a few sections of the women's pairs singles, that will be going on, and they'll be like this, right? You've got games that will be going probably until at least 6 o'clock that require to be played, and before they finish, you can't put the results through. So the men's results are all in, but if you're wondering where all the women's results are, I would suggest to you that some of them are still out there playing in this Christchurch evening. Oh, this is interesting.
She's going for the jack. I was just going to get her own. Oh, no, she's not. I was just about to say, Alex, that it must be getting at 17-15. Must be getting a wee bit frustrating to Sue. How do I? Because Jan just won't go away, will she? She's just drawing. She's consistent.
Jane's played some very key bowls.
Absolutely, she has.
If you look from the players' point of view, this is what the players see. So I mean, it looks inviting enough, I think. And Sue's committed now. She's played that one run shot already. I think she's probably, you sort of commit yourself to playing two. She's going to make a liar of me. She's going to just draw.
She's going to go to the draw down to the pink bowl to try and get inside there on that wider backhand draw. Got it out on a wider hand, at least 2 down, trailing 17-15. Needs to start working back now. It is. She's watching it closely.
Could get a very good result here.
How's the speed?
Oh, a little bit unlucky. It's interesting. The logic's always been you go with your third bowl so you can go with your fourth as well.
So
intriguing that she switched.
A roll on the green leads Jan Field holding 4.
That would be 4, and that would be 21. So this could be the last bowl that we see in this game.
Not going to have the weight.
She's not going to have the weight to do it. And let's see how many points it is.
Well, it looks like 2, Alex, on those angles, and where that the pink bowl sits on the centre line, the other one's out to the side. Out comes the measure, though.
Might be 3, I think I just heard. Any great game of bowls, this.
So that's 2 that are out. That is 3.
3 there.
I'm sure that was the indication from the way how the measure looked. We'll just see what Margaret... Yes, it is. There's a 0.
20.
20.
On to
15.
20. So it's must score territory now for Sue Hodges. She's going to need to score 6 unanswered points here to win this game. Jane Field's played extremely well, to be fair. There's been, I can think of
very well.
3 or 4 ends where Sue's had 3 or 4 scattered or clumped around the jack, and Jane's
Played very, very
got
well.
herself out of those situations. Leading off on the forehand here, Jane Field.
Down it comes, but it'll go under the centre line and low on weight. And this is where it's imperative now for Sue Hodges that she gets that first bowl effectiveness. Though, in saying that, Alex, it hasn't really concerned Jane Field, has it? Because when required, she's been down on the head. She's played some big bowls.
Yep. We've seen her under huge pressure play some lovely bowls where she set out shots.
Draws the shot with the first. Well played.
Very good bowl.
Well, we know that Jane has got a different line on her bowl, but this looks as though it will drop under the bowl of Sue Hodges. Just drops
just
outside
underneath.
it. Just good weight, but just dropped outside the bowl. And Hodges again on her forehand with the lime green bowls. That very nice delivery that she's got. Sends it out on that nice arc. Will it come all the way back from there? Depends on that weight. Here it comes now. Trying hard to get all the way back to the centre line. Not sure.
Interesting.
Well, Jane Field now. It's going to dip away. I think it's not. Well, it's going to sit the bowl. But
Lovely
Asking.
shot.
It's close.
Goodness, she's played well, hasn't she?
That's close.
Yes, one down.
It is the shot.
So she's holding the win.
Sat on the back of the bowl. Holding shot is the St Heliers player, is Jan Field. Remembering Sue Hodges needs this to qualify. Down on that ditch hand, trying to play down to the counting bowl.
She can't be far away.
Trying hard.
She can't be far away. How did she
Rocked
miss
her own,
that?
Rocked her own bowl. Well, she was only now.
Goodness gracious me, that was
It's
close.
interesting. I thought Janfield might change her hand so she gives her nothing on the other hand. No, but it's going to be under the head.
Well, it's do or don't here, really, from Sue Hodges. She's game down. I suppose you need to decide,
Well-
am I going the bowl or am I going the jack?
Well, it depends what the next numbers are. I reckon that's second shot there. So here is Sue Hodges endeavouring to stay alive on the draw, out on that ditch hand. Looks a fairly good line from here, though, as it comes down towards the jack. Is it going to get the jack? Is it going to get the jack?
Oh,
no,
goodness.
it didn't. Nestled it, in fact, into the pink bowls of Jane Field, the St Heliers player. And that gives Jane Field the win by 21 to 15.
Yeah.
And sadly for Sue Hodges, not to be in post-section play.
A strange game, a well play. I mean, they both played well. Congratulations to Jane Field, I think, showing there what happens when you relax a little bit and can't qualify. But a pleasure to broadcast here from Burnside. Thank you, Kevin, for joining me in the commentary booth. I've enjoyed your company. And it's been nice, really, to have the sunshine.
Fantastic after
to be honest.
Yeah, it has been nice to have the sunshine back, Alex. And we look forward now, of course, to tomorrow. Post-section play getting underway around the greens of Christchurch and the para singles. And then, of course, the big finals day, 3 finals on the 9th of January. So
Yep.
another wonderful day's bowls and another good day coming up tomorrow.
Absolutely, that's right. And just finally from me, if you are a bowler and you are watching the this broadcast, please keep your eye on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. The men's pairs results are all in, so we need to ensure that the results have been recorded correctly. So if you've played the men's pairs, please check Bowls Hub Aotearoa. Women's singles, as you can see, there are games still going, so they may be a while yet because they have to come from the host club to us and then be uploaded. But keep your eyes peeled on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. I look forward to being back in the commentary booth tomorrow to bring you some coverage of a post-section of the Open Disability pairs. But until then, have a great evening, everyone.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.